Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. I am blurry per usual, but I'm working on it. Dang it.
I'm here.
Ah. Huh?
I said I'm here.
I am. Yeah, we're here. We are here. We are here. No, I'm looking at possibly getting one of those mesh routers from Amazon. I've heard good things. So here's hoping. Here's
What is that?
hoping.
What's a
So it's
mesh?
just a new version of a router. It basically learns from where you use Wi-Fi and then allots more in certain areas. And so it can handle up to like 70 devices. And so I don't know if it won't increase the speed, but I should be able to put an extender right here and plug the computer directly into it. So
Oh, it sounds
yeah.
fancy and
Why
way over
hello.
my head.
No, not really.
I am
Hello,
gonna.
how are you? Oh, yes. So, good point. Ooh, yes, it's shiny and bright.
It is, and
Very
yes,
good point, Green.
the wall is bare.
Yes. So I am currently in the midst of redecorating. I was tired of this just being a desk, and so what I've done was I bought two I don't know what to call them. You'd probably find these are like the updated version of cinder blocks and boards from college bedrooms or whatever. And so basically I bought two of them. I've combined them. The problem is that they keep trying to come unhinged, and so I'm fixing that. But my goal is to put everything on those along with books and records and albums and all that stuff. And then also do a nice little acoustic panel design right here to cover up all of the blank spots that apparently came off because they painted with the wrong paint. And eh, I just don't have time. So we're working on it. It's a work in progress.
Sounds like me. I'm a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Shanka.
Hi, Shanka.
Oh, what are we drinking?
Oh well, HH bought me some Lano Sauvignon Blanc. It's made in Texas. He said it was on sale at Specs and no promises on what it tastes like. But we've been to Lano, Texas. So he thought he would buy it for
Ah,
me to try. And I needed the sparkles after my rough day. So I added some glitter in my pink glue cubes.
yay! Hello.
And
Oh, I don't know if you noticed this, Terry. Oh, wait. What are you saying?
um, it's not the best tasting
Uh-oh.
wine. The box wine I had earlier was better, but it's not terrible.
My box right here that I've installed on my desk.
I had drank a pre-game. Well, I haven't even finished it with dinner. A Bodo box, but they have the brie, so it's
Oh,
only
yeah.
70 calories
Mm-hmm.
because I'm
I
trying to
see.
watch my figure.
Yeah. Well, that's why I order 3 Big Macs but a Diet Coke. Watching my figure. Um,
I was going to
it
say,
doesn't
what are
work
you watching your
that way.
figure do with that?
Expand. Leon's growing larger. Um, did you notice Shireen has a wrench by her name?
I did not. What is that for?
Shireen is our first and primary right now mod.
Oh, my heart just. Okay. I'm a little emotional today. Shireen, you are fabulous.
We yeah, I think oh oh no. Maybe I should have warned you ahead of time, but I wanted it
Um,
to be a surprise.
JT, it's been a rough week. Okay.
I, yeah,
Oh
I
my
definitely should have
gosh.
warned you.
Yeah. Because for those that don't follow my crazy social channels, I was diagnosed with RSV and bronchitis on Monday. And then today we lost our cat who had bone cancer in his sinuses. So it's been a rough day. But I'm here with you guys. And sorry, guys. Yeah, my son knows I'm going live, but yet he's still trying to call me at the same time. Isn't that great, Jeffa?
Tell him to log in and drop out. What's the phrase from the 70s? What's the phrase from the 70s? Tune in and drop out, or what is that? Shit. I forgot.
I was born in 70s, so I don't know. Well,
I think it was 60s. It was 60s.
Okay, well, I definitely wasn't around then. I think the saying was I was still a gleam in my dad's eye.
I think it's tune in and drop out.
So
hearts.
I know. And guys, the crazy thing about it is that when I texted JT back, that's what Stella had. How could both of our babies have had the same thing? I mean, it just lets you know the world, we're connected in really weird ways, because it's a very rare condition.
Yeah, while we didn't have like the testing done, I think it was very much similar. I hadn't even heard of this up until Stella. Yeah, I mean, with the nasopharyngeal stuff. And then all of a sudden you had mentioned that, and I was like, well, that's two. That's two. So, but
I mean, I knew yesterday. When I looked at him, I went in and told HH. I said, I know my experience is limited. Haven't been, working in a vet many moons. But this is what I think. And called the vet, set it up. We walked in and he came back. He goes, Terry? I said, yeah. He goes, you're right. I was like, he goes, do you want to do? I'm like, nope. We know what it is. It popped up so fast. All of it's there. We did the right thing. But we held him while he went to sleep. Oh, I
can empathize fully.
Yeah. Oh, and Brandy is here. Hello.
Oh, man. Hi, Brandy.
We have a celebrity in our mix.
I don't want to flip it immediately, but I do want to say that, Carrie and I, if you're okay with this, Carrie, jeez. I don't ignore the fact that I said her name. Mrs. Bruce Crime and I.
That's okay. Why? I don't know why you're talking about me in third person, but that's okay.
Oh, I see. No, we decided that, I was doing some searching, and we decided that we were going to go possibly the route of getting a third dog again, because it just doesn't feel complete. And so we're looking at this little doodad here.
He's adorable.
He's like 25 pounds. He's like a beagle mix. I foresee him being a lap dog while I'm streaming, and his name is Dexter.
That's what I think maybe sold me. I was like, oh my God, he's Dexter. Is Dexter going to get a camera? Like Lucy?
Yeah. From the way he is described, he's happy, he's pint-sized, and he likes just belly rubs and chin scratches. He sounds like he's playful, but also just chill. Now, that's what they say, and that's before he gets to meet the other two dogs who will teach Dexter all the bad things. But I'm mostly excited. If the lap thing doesn't happen, that's fine. I'm mostly excited that Elton will have somebody to play with. They're around the same age, 2 or 3, they think he is. And so Ramona will have a respite for sure. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, we have that dilemma because we have one other cat. We have Vince Young, who's 18. He no longer has him and Oliver lived in the guest wing of the house over on this side to keep away from the dogs. Now it's just him. So HH and I are talking about, do we need to move a litter box into the master bedroom, put up a dog gate to keep the dogs out of our bedroom, because he's now never going to come out from under the bed. And I'm like, do I get a kitten for him or what do I do?
You know,
I
like a month
don't
and a
know what
half
to do.
ago. Yeah, it's amazing how that
Remember,
was
I have
definitely
5
one of the
dogs
things that
too.
surprised me. Well, there's the there is that. Um,
Let's not forget
but
that.
that's true. That's true. I mean, I think even pets need a chance to mourn for a while,
They do.
and then maybe
They do.
it's definitely an option for sure.
But then if you get a kitten, then you've got that. Then you have to get him a friend, and it just never ends.
That's the
Just
thing.
never ends.
I mean, does your local rescue have just a like mid-age
They may, but
cats
I
that you
mean,
could?
I won't do anything till after the first of the year because they do
Yeah,
need time to
sure.
grieve. I never realized the impact of a dog passing until we had Mickey and Max. And when Max died in my lap, Mickey sniffed him and let out this guttural yell I had
Mm,
never heard come out of him before. And
mm,
it took him a long time to stop looking for him, searching for him. It it was the first time I truly was like, okay, he needs his own time. So we won't do anything until after the first of the year.
yeah. I mean, I think, it's interesting because you say first of the year, and I'm like, boy, that's so far. It's not at all. It's not far at all.
I don't
Um,
know how we're already in October.
I don't know either. My kids have already got their costumes, so
Oh, what are they going to be? Are you allowed to tell?
so they are big time. So they're big time into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I think bigger Little Bruce Crime wanted to go a
Uh
different
huh.
route than his brother. And so Little Bruce Crime is going to be Michelangelo. Um, the younger one is going to be Michelangelo, and bigger Little Bruce Crime is going to be Darth Vader. So
Oh, okay.
mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
I'm gonna say I like the Ninja Turtles. I just went with the two littles, the grandbabies, to see the
mm-hmm.
new Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yeah,
Turtle movie. Can I
yes.
just say why you gotta change it up so much? Now April was in high school. What happened to her being a report? I mean, she was still a reporter, but they changed a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
And there was no vanilla
I'm
ice.
wondering. So in the rise, like in a few of the cartoons, and I think some of the comics, April is indeed in high school. So
Mm.
there's some callback, and to me, I think what happened was, what's his name? Who directed, wrote it, whatever. Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen directed it and wrote it, I believe. And I think that he was doing a lot of callbacks to original stuff. So, but
Uh,
if you
I mean,
just kind of like forget about the other stuff, um, I thought
well, but
it was really cool that they actually made the turtles teenagers.
I I did too, but you have to remember my kids were into the Ninja Turtles when they were this
Yeah,
age.
sure.
So I haven't seen it since their age. So when
Well,
you've only
yeah.
seen the Vanilla Ice version, which you saw 30, 50,000 times, and then you go to the movie and you see this,
Go
and I'm
ninja,
like,
go.
wait a minute, where's my ice baby?
No, but he does do a callback to that very briefly in the vehicle
It,
they have a fight in, which
they have a
I
fight in
smiled.
it, but yeah.
Hmm. But
But what was the best
I'll say this,
thing
and
was, go ahead. I think we have a delay going.
no, 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 go,
The
go,
best
go, go.
thing was watching the 4-year-old grandson who is really into cars. I wasn't sure how he was going to do with the Ninja Turtles. And he looked at me and I said, what? He goes, Cowabunga. I went, oh my God.
Oh man, yeah, the kids now they have like 8 to 10 different turtle things downstairs and action figures, and I'm having flashbacks to my childhood. But the 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 funny thing about this is that my kids love listening to soundtracks of movies, because apparently they're definitely my kids. And the littlest, the 4-year-old, his favorite song off of the album is No Diggity. And like hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh. And
Oh,
he
if I
will
do
sing
that,
it
I
to a
might
certain
cough.
degree. Oh, don't do it.
Excuse
Don't
me.
don't. But yeah. So I had really briefly, somebody had mentioned that Dexter looks like a dachshund, and I think he might be mixed with a dachshund, but I don't think he has the legs or the those things. I think it's mostly beagle with maybe the length of a dachshund. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, if
I still have a
you get
test. I
him,
have a DNA test.
okay. I was going to say, if you get him, we're going to have to do a
Yeah.
DNA test.
The fact that we have a DNA test is a little sad because what we had swabbed Stella before all the things, and then they said it wasn't a good enough sample. Well, it's a bit late to it's a bit late to get another swab. He laughed morosely. But now we have one,
thanks.
so we could run him through it.
Do you want to know an interesting fact? We got my mother-in-law one, and she had a bone marrow transplant 25, 30 years ago because she had leukemia. Didn't think about the fact that she can't do a DNA test because she has her brother's DNA because she got the bone marrow.
Oh, blows my mind.
And I was upset because they didn't give me a refund. That's me. I was like, "Were you going to send me a new kit?"
That's a perfect crime, though, isn't it? I mean, you've got somebody else's DNA, and then you commit a crime.
They ran the test, so therefore they couldn't give me another kit. I was like, that's not cool.
Oh my gosh.
Not cool. But you're right, that would have been a perfect crime.
I maintained the screen share only because now I can do this.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa!
I can throw sound effects in, so you just let me know if you say no, I won't do it. So
all I know is, Shanka, I could totally relate to that because my Mr. Bear is a German Shepherd Border Collie a-hole mix. And I love him to death.
But
he's an a-hole mix.
I mean, yeah. No.
So we need to bring Brandy on one day because I need to hear more about what she saw on the beach the other day. I need details of what was happening. So we're gonna have to talk to her about that because that sounds very interesting to me. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Tiki Hut, Shanka knows there was some tiki going on in the Tiki Hut.
Tiki room. Tiki
And
room.
just the little bit I know of Brandy, I could just imagine the look on her face. Go, yep, she's traumatized. I could just imagine her going. Did you get it on video? Oh, poor Brandy.
What's up, GRI? What's up, Kathy? Welcome in. Glad to have you.
Welcome.
Yeah. We are going to be getting to the perfect crime.
We have some good ones. Brandy just took the 5th.
I mean, I would take the 5th and the 69th, so. But
oh, poor Lucy.
Oh, it's been almost a week since I've been live. It's time for me to catch up. All right. Well, are you ready to get into this?
I am, and I hope my voice, I drank my throat coat tea, and I'm hoping my voice holds out, but I'm ready to get started.
All right. Well, here we go. Here is the perfect crime case number 1. We have a friend.
We have a friend.
I just got out of the shower, so my hair is. Hold on. I have to. My hair.
There
is
are
like
so many
soaking
things
wet.
that I haven't told you. 1, I didn't tell you that Shireen was now a mod for us, and 2, I didn't tell you that I just invited Brandy. So
That's okay.
Surprise!
Brandy is welcome anytime, all the time, because I named my giraffe after her, Lucy, so that I could feel connected.
Aw, yay! Yeah, it's funny. I have talked about this all week because like everybody's like, oh, lunchtime, you're going down to the tiki hut. Like it has become like a whole it's a whole thing. Which is typical for our people. They like to make fun of us and give us a hard time. But yeah, I woke up Monday morning super early, and I walk, I live on the beach, so I have like my windows that overlook the beach and stuff. And like I walk, and there's the little tiki hut that like the guy sits in there or whatever to like rent the jet skis and the parasailing and stuff like that, So I look and I'm like, oh, somebody's in the tiki hut. And I'm thinking, my first thought was like, it's homeless people, because sometimes they, that happens. And I'm like looking or whatever, and I'm thinking like, oh, maybe I can take them food. No, they were not homeless. There was who does that? It's a tiki hut. It's a tiki hut.
I mean, people who want to see the world burn.
It is inappropriate. It is inappropriate. So, and I'm looking, I'm like, we can see you. Put your britches on. And it was still kind of dark, like the sun had not come up yet,
Well, they were trying to be discreet.
Like do you know how many hotel rooms are on the beach in the state of Florida? There ain't no reason to be getting sand in your giddy up. Like there's no, that's not cute. That's not a cute feeling. It's not a cute look.
No.
We don't want to see it. No. And then the morning got worse or better, depending on how you look at it. The tiki tangle. Yes, it was awful.
Were they at least attractive people?
I was doing like this.
They never are. They never are. Me saying that, I shouldn't say that, because I would be they never are. But
it was, and then I come back up and I'm like, okay, this has been quite a morning. So I was like, I didn't feel like going anywhere. I didn't have, I had stream and stuff coming up, and I needed to get some stuff done. So I was like, I'm just going to DoorDash some Dunkin' Donuts coffee. So I did. And my son and I, he lives in the next building over, like we're in like the same condo complex, wherever. He's in the next building over and 2 floors down. And we share the same DoorDash account. So I didn't realize that he had used it recently. So it defaulted to his condo. So it's like morning time, whatever, and he's not awake. So I'm like, whatever, I'll just run over there and get it. So I go over to the building and I go to hit my Dunkin' Donuts from his door, because they sent the picture where they left at the door. And this lady who thinks that she's the new hall monitor comes by, and she's like fussing at me for stealing somebody's DoorDash. And I was like, I'm not stealing it, it's my son. And she's like, you can't steal, she's like actually mad at me. And I'm thinking, like, if you want to get mad at somebody, there's 2 people fornicating in the tiki hut out there, and you can go use your all of your care and power in this moment. Like,
go
she was making sure you weren't
somebody who's getting donut
coffee.
hold rather than my donut holes.
Right? It was quite a morning. It was quite a morning.
At least it wasn't during the middle of the day when there was children around, right?
That's true. That's true.
And I'm assuming they were young. They had to have been in their 20s to have that much energy.
Well, yeah, because anybody that's over 20 knows you don't fornicate on the beach. That sand is not fun. Like, that's
I
not.
know, but all the movies think it's, I mean, I will go out on a limb and say I was young and stupid and they made it look all sexy and stuff. And let me tell you, it's not.
It's not. It's not. It's like you get it in the wrong. It's like sandpaper. There's a reason it's called sandpaper.
It does, and there's all kind of problems with that sand when it gets into places.
Yes, you do not want sand in your undercarriage. You heard it here first, folks. You do not want sand in your undercarriage.
Did she say spawnicate?
Okay, guys. I have decided CrimeCon next year, we need to build or buy a little tiki hut to bring to Brandy. No. And we can make little voodoo dolls of Brandy, and we'll have to find her guy for the tiki hut.
No.
There it is.
No,
I'm gonna get you a tiki doll.
See?
And then I'm gonna stick it in a jar of sand.
No.
Don't do that, because then she'll have it all everywhere.
Yes. Oh.
Nope.
Holly Berry said y'all are nuts. Yes, that is correct. Yes, Holly Berry is correct.
Well, little lady.
Yes, will you?
I'm a gentleman, and
please
I can't
let
tell
us
you.
know.
That's what he's gonna say. Engage oversized cardigan.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to get into too much detail, but were they finished, or did they finish?
Not that I saw. I
did they just keep going, or did they like go, "Oh my God," and stop?
I got out of here. I didn't see them. I saw them from the window, so I don't even know if they knew that I saw them. They were.
Oh, so they probably
they were busy.
Going.
Yeah, they were busy. They weren't exactly paying attention to their surroundings, like all of the windows behind them.
I'm thinking if
well,
they've chosen to do this out of doors in a tiki hut, it probably is the thrill of the possibility of being caught. So I highly doubt they care.
When I got downstairs too, I thought about like letting Lucy just run out there and like just scare the crap out of him.
Don't
I was like,
do that to her.
No, she would love it. She'd be like, "Get out my tiki hut." So I thought like that'd be really funny. Like to have like this rabid, angry, scary dog. Okay, maybe not scary,
but you also live in Florida where everybody doesn't even have to have a license to carry. So
it's true.
Although
it's true.
At that point, you can kind of see everything they're carrying.
I saw everything they're carrying. There wasn't nowhere to put it in that sheet. But we ended up going across the street anyway. I mean,
but
look,
Lucy could have found a sausage snack.
Terry! Don't listen. Cover your sweet little ears. Cover your sweet little ears.
Well, if you send her over there and she just sees a toy dangling, she's not going to know. Don't send Lucy. No.
All I see is like a cat with one of those yarn balls just going like this.
But they might have learned a lesson.
It's a little different.
Maybe they would have learned to not do that. Because they needed to be taught a lesson.
That's true. I got to hide my face because I'm really red now. But yeah, that's true.
Well, I can make you feel a little better, Brandy, when HH moved in with me to my house. I had taken the curtains off. I had a big bay window in the master bedroom, and I paid a company to come out and do 4 layers of limousine tint. And he promised me nobody could see in or out. I was like, perfect. I don't have to put up shutters, blinds, or anything. HH moves in. He didn't think anything of it until a neighbor called me one day and he goes, "Are you aware that we can see everything when the lights are on?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" So I made him go outside, and it wasn't HH yet. And he goes, "Oh, Terry, Oh, honey, they see everything.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh.
Holly
And that
said, I
taught
got
me a
caught by
lesson.
cops twice. And then she followed up saying it was the same cop.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
That's funny. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you because that had to be quite shocking.
It was. And it poor Lucy, I was like, cover your eyeballs. But she got to go across the street. We walked, instead of her morning walk on the beach, we walked at the pond across the street. So she was still all right. But I'm still traumatized.
Then
But
you
she's
only
okay.
saw the
You need to
ducks.
go make a sign. You need to make a sign. Tiki Hut is not for Tiki Tango. And hang on it.
I was telling them I need to put on the back of my shades, like hold down like each
I heard that.
like I see you, like
Right.
just pull it up.
Does
They won't
anybody
see that because they'll be
remember
too
the
busy.
song Sex in the Champagne Room?
Yes.
Sex in the Tiki Room?
Yeah, no sex in the
It
tiki
needs to happen. It needs to be done.
Oh.
All I'm thinking of is the Tiki Hut at Disneyland, the little attraction, the Tiki Hut with all the birds.
I'm more shocked Brady didn't try to.
No.
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 Well,
No,
maybe
too icky.
just to have a cup of coffee and a book, but not to do the tango.
It's gonna be a minute. It's gonna take a couple storms. Maybe we're in hurricane season, so it's gonna be a good probably 3 or 4 weeks before I will step foot in that Tiki Hut again for
a couple storms.
Reason. Mm-hmm. You got to wash all that stuff away. You got to wash all that.
No. That's not how we define storms here.
No, not that storm.
I know. I was like, I wasn't going to do that. I was just going to let that go.
Nope. I
We're
would
never
not
gonna
be
be
a
able to let it
good internet if I did let it go.
Never gonna let it go.
Let it go.
All right, I will let y'all carry on with your show.
Thanks.
I'm gonna go hide in my sweater fort. So
We'll get you a Tiki Hut.
No tiki huts. I got to go to bed early so I can catch the freaky tikis in the morning. So all right, bye y'all.
Bye, Brandy.
Bye.
She
Well, that
is
was
so
fun.
adorable. That was
Brandy
fun.
said.
Objection!
Objection. All right, should we get into this? Should I replay this? Should I replay
No,
the intro
we
again?
have to get on board
right.
with the Tiki Hut for CrimeCon next year. We will have to somehow do we can set up a whole table Tiki Hut.
Yes.
She may never speak to us again.
That's not true.
But yes, I have to stop and think which one we're doing. Oh, husband murder.
It happens in a tiki hut. No.
It happens in a Tiki Hut. Shireen, you're right. My brain it's working. I got ideas. So,
I like the
husband
way you
murder.
work it. No diggity. That's funny.
Instead of a kissing booth, we can have a Tiki Tango booth. And
Perfect.
Brandy can do the
I love
Tiki
it.
Tango dance.
Right. And we will subtly
Not the
handcuff
Tiki
her feet to the floor inside
Tango.
of it.
Instead of a tangle, she can do the tango dance. Oh, see, I got so many ideas. She's still here. Okay, we'll talk about this
all right.
on a... Oh, Shireen. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it looks like it's an ex-husband. My
Well.
ex-husband, I don't know why I just went all Texas. My ex-husband is allergic to penicillin, and if I didn't have kids, I would have done this. Okay, I typed that sentence on this, just so y'all know.
Did you really?
I did. I added that sentence
funny.
to it when I read it.
That's funny.
So anyway, first I would find a doctor to prescribe me penicillin, and then I would go home and crush up all the pills. Take the crushed up penicillin pills and make a small batch of homemade ice cream. Yum. That night after dinner, serve up the ice cream and enjoy. You can eat the ice cream as you're not allergic, and therefore he will not be suspicious. When he starts having a reaction, offer to get him a glass of water. Tell him to lay down. Tell him you will call 911. Fake a call to 911. Why is laying down? Sorry, guys, I love this. Once he stops breathing, wait another 5 minutes, then call 911. While cleaning up the ice cream bowls, while waiting, clean up the ice cream bowls and place in the dishwasher with the dinner plates. Do not tell them that he is allergic to anything. When they try to run a tuck screen, nothing will show up. Be sure to be a grieving wife and do not start dating or buy anything crazy with the life insurance money. Guys, I read it. My ex-husband was allergic to penicillin. I was like, first thought was, did Shireen write this for me?
No.
And then I was like, yeah, I so would have done that if I didn't have kids.
So you said this is yours, so should I take a look at it?
No, it's not mine. Just the first.
No, it's not.
The thing saying my ex-husband's allergic. If I didn't have kids, I would have tried this. If I had read this. Not really,
that's
but
fair. So
I honestly,
there's a couple things. Yeah, what?
I don't know if penicillin could kill you that fast, can it?
I don't know. I'm about to come on to
That was my whole thing, because penicillin was never in anything but medication, so he didn't carry an EpiPen. Like I carry an EpiPen, but I'm allergic to bees. Penicillin's not in everyday things.
No, but if you do have an allergy to it, anaphylaxis is probably going to happen. And that indeed could, untreated, immediately take you out. But like, my thing about this is I think any increased level of chemical in your system, like, well, I guess if you're allergic, you don't even have to give them a lot of penicillin. But you'd imagine that some tox screen would find that.
But when they do a tox screen, they don't check for an antibiotic. They check for chemicals, drugs. Penicillin's an antibiotic. Right? Because they're not going to check for Augmentin and Cipro and whatever else I'm on right now. But would they?
But, well, a tox screen can basically determine legal and illegal drugs that somebody has taken.
But penicillin's not illegal. That's anaphylactic shock.
No, legal. So it will find legal drugs as well.
But is an antibiotic a drug?
Yeah. I mean, yes, for sure. Especially since it has to be prescribed. It is definitely a drug. You can't get penicillin OTC. Right?
I don't know. Somebody said that they would give them adrenaline. I'm wondering if that's why the person who wrote this said wait 5 minutes before you call 911 to make sure they're dead.
That's my other thing too, is that if they can determine time of death, they then can compare that to when you called 911. And why did you call 911 after their time of death?
Because I was in the bathtub or I was in the toilet. I was doing things. I wasn't sitting there watching him eat his ice cream. I got him water and I went and did the dishes. I don't know.
But you have 2 bowls in the dishwasher that were done, we both had ice cream in them. Right. But why were you in the bath while he's having ice cream if you both had bowls of ice cream?
Because I ate my ice cream in the bathtub. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that eats ice cream in the bathtub?
No.
Okay.
I mean, probably.
I also do little small charcuterie boards on my little tray.
Lisa, my kids too. They're both allergic to amoxicillin, and that's pretty much what happens. They get these terrible, terrible, terrible rashes. It's horrible, and then they clear up real fast. But yeah, it's bad.
Well, unless a doctor can tell me that, I mean, yes, I love charcuterie boards. And one day I'll have to show y'all for my birthday. My bestie got me, because she can't say charcuterie, she got me a custom board that says shark coochie on it because she can't say charcuterie.
Not the same thing.
I know, but it says shark.
Tiki Hut.
But I just don't know if when you die, if you do a tox panel, how could they possibly look for every drug that's out there known to man?
Well, they're not that different chemically. I mean, they are, but they're not. I mean, I don't know. It's worth finding an expert. So somebody contact an expert and ask. Actually, I could ask one of our mods, Cajun. She was you can too. She would know.
Oh, I could. I mean, because I thought when I read this, I was like, ooh, I could have done this. And if I wouldn't have had kids. But then my other thought was, if he went to the same hospital that he had ever been to before, I mean, this was back in the 90s. Maybe they didn't have as good as systems. But like today, when I went to the ER on Monday, they pulled up my list of medications, everything that I've had done. So they would have known that I was allergic to it. So my first thought was, you need to be in a different state. And then you could say you didn't know your husband was allergic to penicillin. You don't know where he got it from. Because can you get penicillin? My other question, and I didn't have time to Google it, is it in any plants? Is it in any teas? Is there random places to get it? Because doesn't it come from like rotted cheese or something? Or is that mold?
That's aspirin, I believe, isn't it? Yep, it's mold.
Okay. So can you get penicillin anywhere naturally? Like, could you take them out to a forest and go for a walk? Candace says use oleander. But in Texas, that is a well-known thing. Don't use oleander. People try to use oleander for all kind of stuff. Somebody says penicillin comes from mole.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Yes, it does.
So if you just fed them...
Candace said...
Oh.
That's like the same place where you get ivermectin.
So I thought it was a great idea back in my 20-somethings. If I would have read this, there was a time in my life I would have probably considered it. Thankfully, I couldn't hurt a human, but I would have thought about it for a brief moment.
I've thought about it.
You've thought about it?
Oh, man. I thought about
killing
it.
my
I think
ex-husband?
this has a chance. Yeah, I think this has a chance. I think you only prep him. Well.
But if you eat the ice cream, it's fine because you're not allergic to penicillin. You have to. That's what I loved about it. I was like, oh my God, you both ate it. Worst thing, it gets rid of an infection you didn't know you had.
Yeah, the other. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to come up with a reason why you gave yourself both ice cream in a bowl and you went to a different room, other than maybe you established that trend. You go to a room to decompress and he stays wherever he's at. But yeah.
Well, I'm just going on record here saying, if anything ever happens to my ex-husband, I can guarantee he's my ex now, and I would not be in the same house having ice cream with him. So you wouldn't have to worry about me being in a bathtub.
And with that, let's go to number 2, shall we? You all like this whole random murder thing.
I do. Hold on. We didn't give a rating to the first one before we jump in. I'm giving them a 3.5 out of 5.
As
It
it's
has
written,
potential.
I give it a 2.5 or a 3. With some alterations, I could pop it up to a 4 or a 4.5 even, but it needs some work.
Yeah. So now let's go to killing
Oh.
random people for no reason.
That is, yes, I read that.
Castor beans?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's one way to do
Shunka,
it.
maybe you should write in a perfect plan and improve on her plan, maybe.
Ooh. All right. Plan 2, random murder. Step 1. Purchase pure cut tobacco and soak in water. Pull out, this is perfect for my case later. Pull out the tobacco and leave the water. Slice tomatoes and soak them in the tobacco water overnight. The next day, you take them out and dry them off. Get dressed for work and take the sliced tomatoes with you. Did I forget to mention I work at a sandwich shop? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, wait, hold on. I have that. Take the tomatoes and mix in with the shop's tomatoes and go about your day. Each tomato is lethal due to the massive amount of tobacco. Continue working, knowing that at any minute a customer will fall to their death in the shop.
My first thought is, wouldn't that make the tomatoes taste really weird?
Yeah, but I mean, they are, depending on the sandwich, they would be couched in with a bunch of other flavors. So, that's right. Ricin comes from castor bean.
Because I would think if you did, what's the salad with the mozzarella, the tomato, and the vinaigrette stuff? Is it caprese, or something like that?
Yes, caprese.
That would maybe take the flavor, because I would think tobacco tastes pretty bad.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
If you soak it, does the tobacco flavor go away? And I guess just the nicotine gets into the tomato?
I would imagine that soaking something, just like you would marinate something, the longer it soaks, the more it's going to taste like whatever you soaked it in, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would be. There's a piece of me that really thinks that depending on the sandwich, there may be flavors in that sandwich that actually trump it, and you wouldn't know. But
then how fast would you die? Because it says they'd fall to death in the shop. That would think that the death is going to be like instant.
Oh wow. So nicotine poisoning, death typically happens due to paralysis of the muscles that control your breathing, fluid buildup in your airways, and heart and blood vessel failure. If you've had a severe exposure, symptoms can last up to 18 to 24 hours after exposure. It can occur within 1 hour after severe exposure.
Wow.
Jeez.
But I wonder how much nicotine that would be. I mean, I'm thinking like a pouch of the tobacco that they sell at the store, like the kind that the guys like put in their cheek stuff. How many packs of those would it take?
So it says that death from nicotine poisoning is not common in adults because of their larger body size. But using more than one type of nicotine-containing product at the same time can increase your risk. Children are much more prone to it because of their smaller body size. And that usually comes mostly from eating cigarettes and consuming liquid nicotine, either from absorbing spilled nicotine through their skin or through the mucous membrane.
What is liquid nicotine? Are we talking about like what's in a vape pen?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Like I mean, the refillable ones have like the whole plastic container that has the bottle that has it in it, and that would be, I mean, that's 5%, 8%, whatever nicotine. So yeah, I mean, it could happen. It probably has happened. I mean, that'd be silly not to think that it has happened. So
Wow. Well, good thing that most kids don't eat tomatoes, so you wouldn't be killing any kids.
yeah, I mean, it would require a ton, and on top of that, you'd really need to know where your cameras are in your kitchen, because they would absolutely catch you sliding some tomatoes into another thing.
There's cameras
So
in the kitchen of a sandwich shop?
I mean, they put cameras in a lot of places. There's definitely cameras in a place. I mean, I've seen cameras in kitchens because they're trying to prevent people stealing stuff, or they're just keeping track, or there's various. I mean, you've seen silly videos where people are like slipping and stuff in kitchens. Those are cameras that are in kitchens. And like usually McDonald's or places like that have them to prevent or to be able to call up stuff if it happens.
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that. Wow.
Shireen, I live in Virginia, which is like tobacco central.
Did you write
There's
this,
plenty of farms.
JT?
Huh?
Did you write this?
Did I write this? No.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I don't have a I'm not that clever. So I think I'm gonna give this a 1.5 or a 2, because the amount of tobacco one would need and nicotine is ungodly.
That, to me, that, and I also the flavor, and maybe it's just me because I don't like tobacco and stuff. I would be able to taste it, smell it. I don't think there's anything I personally put on a sandwich that would cover it, but I also don't eat tomatoes that are not cooked.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I'm going to give it a 1. And I'm giving it a 1 because you're just killing people that you don't even know. They could be the best people.
Yeah. Oh, look. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I work for a company where we install cameras for fast food restaurants.
I mean, and this is I've seen a video where, let's just say, a male put some of his stuff in the sauce at a restaurant. So I personally no longer watch those kind of videos because I still don't eat ranch dressing in the restaurants, fast food restaurants.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. We've rated. Let's go to number 3, shall we?
Yeah.
I think Shireen gave herself away on this one.
I'm like, Shireen, is this maybe yours? House party murder.
Yeah.
You find out where there is a house party. If there is someone you'd like to get rid of, like an ex that is going to be there, even better. If they're in the neighborhood and playing seriously loud music all night and letting off fireworks, then perfect. You get a bottle of wine. It is called Wine Time Pod, and liquor, and a pack of beer. You unscrew the caps, put in bleach or antifreeze, depending on the color of the alcohol. Screw the caps back on. For corks, take a syringe and insert bleach antifreeze through a pinprick through the cork. Take alcohol to the house party and deliver it, then leave. Wait for any news of illness.
Can you imagine? I mean, those wine coolers, like a blue raspberry or a blueberry, like some kind of wine cooler, you could totally hide antifreeze in it. Like, absolutely. I mean, because antifreeze has that taste to it, right?
Yeah.
do you know how I know that this was somebody from the Europe who wrote this?
Why?
There are OUs, neighborhood spelled with an OU as this color.
Oh, that
Caught.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really interesting. You'd really have to focus on the whole cork thing more so than screw caps, because I mean, unless you deliver it at the end of the night where people don't give a crap, screw caps will click and open and have tamper things to them. So,
Or, so like when we have pool parties, if I know people are going to drink all of these beers before we put in the little fancy bottle opener, I would just pop them all off and throw the lids away so they wouldn't drop them on the ground, and then set them out in an ice bucket. So they would already have the caps off.
brilliant.
And now I'm thinking I will never drink another beer that already has the cap off. Thanks,
Yep.
Shireen.
Nope. It's true.
It's true.
I mean,
Got to remember I
depends
work
on what
with
time of the night.
Right. Also depends on the age, because I think there was a certain age that I remember being in a bracket. I didn't care what time it was. If it was free, it was free.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, you know, I remember one of my first parties, Goldschlager was a thing, and it didn't matter that it was already opened and they poured it in a cup. It could have had anything in it. I mean, I could have died many times over. Also, ew. Yeah.
But I think it could have potential, though. The only
Oh, it has
thing
plenty
that
of potential for sure.
I think is if they have a Ring camera and you're seen dropping off the alcohol. But I mean, because then
Bring it in a box
multiple-
wrapped up.
yeah,
Like
I'm
a
just thinking
gift
if
or a
multiple
present?
people die, they're going to want to check everybody, right?
Yeah, I mean, they can check everybody. I guess the thing is, if you bring like a gift, right? Like a thank you gift, and it's wrapped, and then you unwrap it, drop it off, and leave, maybe out the back door. If they don't have ring on the back, then how can they prove one way or another? They might want to check with you, but how could they prove that that's what was in the box?
That's true. Well, and if you buy a really common drink, so like don't show up with Bud Light in a lot of places right now, because nobody else is going to bring Bud Light because they're idiots. But
Not in Texas.
right. But here you could show up with Coors Light and everybody's bringing Coors Light.
Okay, I want to divert us for 1 second. I love the fact that I saw a video of these dudes in these massive jacked up trucks running over Bud Light to prove a point, which you've bought the Bud Light. They already have your money. You're
know.
past proving a point. It's too
Right.
late.
Mhm.
It's too late to prove a point.
You've bought it. You've put money in their pocket. So you kind of are
Yep.
saying your advertising worked.
Yep. Sure
Same.
did. Sure do. I don't think they could. Honestly, I think I'd probably give this a 4.
I say, as long as you make sure you wipe all your fingerprints off, just in case.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it has
and there's
potential.
the other thing. Yeah, and the other thing is, if you were at the party, of course your fingerprints are on it. You were grabbing stuff.
That's true.
know.
You grabbed it and
So.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on that, I would say drink one of the same ones, but mark it out of the same 6-pack or whatever. So you
Yep.
drank out of the same 6-pack. And you wouldn't have
Mhm.
done that if you'd have brought the ones that had stuff in them. Then my other thought is, wouldn't something sweet in a beer, like antifreeze, make you think something was wrong with the beer?
Depends on
Because
what beer
beer's
you're
not
buying.
sweet.
Oh, it can be.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah, I guess
you
if
could
you
do a
do
vanilla
those
porter.
fancy
That would cover
ones.
it up real fast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that one.
Yeah. So I don't have a video for Plan 4.
That
Unless you
one
want me to
is an
skip to the
extra.
last
If
one.
yeah, that's in case we wanted to do an extra.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then let's go to Plan 4. Well, if you're confused, so am I, and that makes both of us. But we're going to find out right now as I read this. Here we go. Plan 5, stolen dinners. And by that I mean Plan 4. This may not be a crime to some, but I think it is perfect. Sign up on a couple of dating apps. Use your actual photo, but not your real name. Message a couple of women and set up some dates. Ask to take them to very nice high-end restaurants. I mean, this said in parentheses, what woman would turn that down? Depends on if they smell your bull. Meet the date at the restaurant where you will wine and dine her. When the check arrives, look at it and pretend to add a card to the folder. Tell your date you're going to run to the restroom real quick while they run your card. Instead of going to the bathroom, leave the restaurant. Immediately delete your profile from the app and head home with a full tummy of great food. Hopefully your date has a credit card and can pay the bill. LOL. As long as you go to different restaurants in different areas and find women on different apps, you should be able to get some really great meals for free. I don't.
This is like creative walking the tap.
Yeah, so like this is smart. It's very much like a Mrs. Doubtfire kind of a situation where you're just like gunning it and changing and running.
I mean, I will say quite often HH will say, "Hey, the check will come." And he'll be like, "Hey, I'm going to run to the restroom while they do this. I'll be right back." I'm trying to think if he did that when we were dating or just now that we're married.
Rude.
Because he knows I'm going to look at the check. But I also sometimes do it as well. I'll say, "Hey, I'm going to run to the restroom while you get this." So I have to sadly say I would probably be the woman to fall for it. And what happens if you don't have enough credit on your credit card to pay the bill? That's what I'm thinking. Are you going to jail?
SOL. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, I think that this is indeed something, but my problem is this, is that anytime you're going to use technology, you're better going analog, but anytime you want to use technology, you can delete your profile all you want, but it's not actually deleted. They're going to hold on to it on a server somewhere, and then they're going to be able to connect the IP to that account. So I don't think it's actually getting. I don't think
I'm
you're
gonna
getting away with this one at all.
I'm going to throw some nuts and bolts into this only because of working on the Chase Lackey case. Somebody read one of his Snapchats 70 weeks ago. They will not give that information to law enforcement. So if they won't do it for a missing person,
yeah,
how
you're
would
right.
a dating app give it to a restaurant for a meal? I mean, because
Ooh,
I watched the show The Tindler Swindler. I think it was a
Tinder
Netflix
swindler?
documentary. Yeah, they went on a date and the meal was like $1,300 in Paris. So in the States, that would be a felony. But I still don't know if they would be able to get a dating app company to give that information.
So I 100% understand where you're coming from. But imagine, if you will, uh, the PR nightmare for a dating app if it was to come out that they refuse to give law enforcement an account of somebody who is swindling people he's dating off of their app the information so that he stops.
But Simply Fish or Fish Simply, it's something like that. They had somebody who got abducted from the app and they tried to fight it. And the person was abducted. And the reason why, and the person hadn't even deleted their profile and they still made the law enforcement people take them to court. I
And
think
that's the
they
other
could
thing
get
that-
it.
Yeah,
But I think it's a PR
ultimately they
nightmare both
would.
ways.
It is. Oh, 100% it is. I guess if the person deletes their app, though, it's like, well, they didn't want to be on here, so what's the harm in giving it to... I don't know. You're right. It is a 50-50 shot, right? And it almost seems like things that are smaller, right? Like this serial
Yeah.
dater who's causing multiple women issues where they have to pay in the end or they get swindled out of a date or
Right.
something like that. It almost feels like they would be more... To me, it feels like they would be much more willing to give up that information than with serious crimes, which doesn't make sense in
Right.
reality. But
Yeah.
it's what it is it's a low risk like information release in order to get good press that you care about your people.
But on the
So,
other hand, if you own a restaurant and this woman is sitting there crying that this happened, are you going to make her pay? Are you just going to comp it and tell her
I don't know.
maybe do a better job of checking people out? I'm just going back to think that if I owned a restaurant and I saw this happen, I wouldn't make her pay. I wouldn't. I was at a restaurant one time where the guy proposed to the woman and she said no. And the restaurant didn't charge them for the meal or the champagne or anything because it was a traumatic thing that happened. So I'm just thinking if I saw this woman, because I have to tell you, especially if it was a $1,300 meal and I didn't have the money on my credit card, I would be a blubbering mess. Plus, I'd feel like a fool and embarrassed.
Yeah. My
I would hope
currently
somebody would have
conditioned brain is
sympathy.
Right. My currently conditioned brain is like, there's no way anybody's nice enough to do that. And then I think about it and I think about the people that I know in food service. And I think that probably would happen more often than not where they're like, listen, it's fine. Just go home.
Just go. Yeah.
So zoinks.
I just think I'm going to assume it's a man. Doesn't necessarily has to be, but I think only a man would be that shitty to do this because I don't think a woman would do this to another woman, but I could be wrong. So living in Dallas, I could see a guy getting away with this in North Dallas because they want to take you to these really nice restaurants that are high end and you're single and you buy into it. Yeah, not me. Nope, not me. I would be so humiliated.
Right.
Because you probably spent all of your money on a nice dress. You did your hair, your makeup, you shaved your legs. I mean, it takes a lot of work to get ready for a nice date like that. This is a high end.
Right. Well, I'd probably be sitting at the table
I'm gonna
and being
bite
like,
my pillow. It's what I'm gonna do.
that's probably where I'd be. And just,
I mean, I'll say it's creative. And if you're a foodie, you would get a lot of good meals. But wouldn't you get heartburn from doing that to somebody? I mean, this sounds horrible. I could almost see killing somebody more than I could see humiliating them in this way. I know that sounds horrible, but
no, I mean, here's the really sad state is that I recently came across a group on Facebook that has like 4,000 people in it, and it is for the local area where I live, and it's where women like, and I have no problem with this. I think this is a great idea, actually, to be honest with you. But it's where women compare notes. Like, I'm dating this person. Do you know anything about him?
Oh.
Or I'm dating this person. Are you dating him too? Or it is really, really sad that we are in that. That's where we're at, you know?
yeah.
I mean, I'm by no means perfect as a human being. Mrs. Bruce Crime can attest to that. But also, like, I had a hard time keeping up with one relationship, you know, let alone a billion.
But there's
So,
there's guys that could do it, and I've heard of sites like that and groups like that do that. There's also, there used to be, I don't know if it is, it was like cheater.com or something, that you could, if someone you dated cheated on you, you could go put their name and their picture, and then you could go and look there and see if they did. That was right around early 2000s when I had heard about that. So I don't know if there's still
really?
something like that out there.
oh, there is, for sure.
It's still out there.
Oh, I'm looking. There's Truth Finder, but that's a background check. Check people, instant
Yeah.
checkmate. Holy cow.
But my only thought on this is just to get a free meal. I mean, that's a lot just to get a free meal.
Uh-huh. It is an awful lot.
I
Invite
mean,
your mom out to dinner.
go to mom's house or did like I did, go grocery shop at mom's pantry.
Right?
So this one bothers me only because I could see being gullible and falling for it. And now I'm glad that my parents always said, don't order food or drinks that you don't have enough money to pay for, and make sure you have a quarter to call us. And now if they were still alive, I'd want to ask them, well, there's no payphones. How do I call you?
Right.
But I mean, it makes me think. I mean, think of your youngsters. What's the world going to be like when they're dating?
I don't know. I'm just glad I haven't had to date for the past 10 plus years.
Yeah, I haven't had to date in what, 22 years, 21 years, something like that. Wow.
I'd be an absolute. I'd be terrible. I'd be terrible.
Kelly, you're right. HH knows, do not look at my Google search history. I'm going to bet you Miss Bruce Crime's same thing. We are going to prison instantly, not passing go if someone checks their search history because our partners come up missing. We're in trouble, huh, JT?
Yeah. on a lot of levels, I'm sure. It would be trouble immediately.
So, yeah. So, I mean, I give this one, I mean, I think it would work. I think you could get by with it. I just don't know why you would. And I do think it's a crime. It's a crime that you're stealing food. But the bigger crime to me is that you are humiliating a person in public just for a meal. It's not like they even did
Right.
anything to you. And you're going to traumatize them. If this happened to me, I wouldn't go on a date again. Or I would be up front and say, Dutch treat. Right off the bat.
Right?
So I think that's the bigger part of the crime to me. And I'm going to say, I think 90% of restaurant people would comp the meal.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Now, on a flip side, I think it'd be kind of cool if it was reversed and a woman invited a man to dinner and then she left him with the check. I find that one a little different.
I would immediately approve of that. Immediately approve.
Because I raised my boys. If she asks you to dinner, you're still expected to pay in my book. Unless you're both broke in college and you agree up front. If you agree to go, you're the man, you should pay. Or at least offer and have the money. But I will say I wouldn't mind flipping it the other way. Because you know he's probably done something wrong to somebody somewhere along the way.
No, of course. Somewhere. Oh, man. Well, that was wild.
So do we want to do the other one? Or since it's already so late, since we had Brandy on, do we just want to jump straight into the pod?
We probably should save that one for next time. Jump straight into the pod.
Yeah, because it's a long one.
Yeah. So
Hold
let's
on, Shireen?
do that, shall we?
I thought you were English, not Dutch. Just kidding.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to The Perfect Crime. Don't go anywhere. We're going to restart with the intro one more time and move right into the live show. Yay! Okay.
Hello.
Why, hello.
How are you?
Oh, you know, it is live. This is totally live. It's way too live. It is so live. I'm just hooked up to a couple of paddles, and I won't tell you where they are. You can't see them up here, but we'll just leave it at that.
Save those for the tiki hut, please. Save those for the tiki hut.
Yeah. Well,
I have to tell you, I started drinking this wine. We could tell it's not going very far. I've been peeling the label off. It's not so good.
It's not so good.
It's not so good. I'm thinking maybe some sparkling water to it. make it, what are those little spritzer things? It's not that, or it could be the sickness that it doesn't taste good, but it's not going down so well.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well,
What are you gonna do?
I
Are
know
you gonna finish it?
I'm going to try. I'm going to be a trooper. I'm off tomorrow, so I'm going to try it. But I know we normally talk about recent things in the news when we get started.
Mhm.
And I kind of have a story or a headline
Mhm.
that I want to tell. It's not a true crime, but it is something that is very dear and near to my heart. And I have to tell you, I think it's phenomenal. So if y'all will allow me to share. And I'm going to just tell y'all, I cannot pronounce his last name, so just spare me. Selma Blair and Isaac Mizrahi debut accessible fashion collection. So Selma Blair was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2018, and they teamed up to make accessible clothing line for people with disabilities, and especially people with disabilities that it's not obvious when you look at them. Like, I have MS. Most people don't know that because most days I'm fine and I can get dressed. But there are some days that clothes just don't go on the way they're supposed to. And if you're having to walk with a cane or if you're in a chair, it's hard. And if you have to go to the ladies' room, things. So, guys, I just had to share because it made me remember the world is not always dark. That's all. JT's like, wow, Terry.
I think I didn't fall asleep this time. I think I just missed it.
Okay.
Sorry. Tell me. It's gonna sound. Look, typical husband move, right? Tell me one more time. Also, that sounds cool. See, everybody else heard it but me, because of course.
So, Selma Blair and Isaac
Yes.
Mizrahi, he's a designer. They
Oh
designed
no! Yes. Okay. You've reminded
clothes.
me. Yes, I think that's awesome.
Did you have an ADD moment
Yes, I already.
or a brain fart?
Both of them at the same time. My brain
But-
shorted out.
Holly Berry, absolutely. Why did this not already exist? Why do we have to have buttons? Because there are days that I can't do a button. I can't pull up a zipper. But yet I don't always want pants that pull on that have a runch thing and then you can't tuck a shirt in. And they look so cool. I mean, I am just beyond excited. And there's a lot of pink, which is even
Ooh.
better.
That's a win.
Oh,
No, if that was the case, you would have thought that I paused or froze.
okay. I'm sorry. I love that.
Now that we've pissed off all of Texas, that poor guy, man. At a certain point, y'all, like at a certain point, it's
Well-
time to retire and let the kids take over, please.
Guys,
Um,
there comes a
I
time
wish him well.
that there should be mandatory retirements and there should be mandatory times to take away driver's license. My ex-in-laws used to get mad at me because I'm like, once you turn 65, you should have to take your driving test every 2 years. Maybe 70. I mean, people are living longer now, but you gotta. And you need to have, just like doctors should not be doing surgery when they're 80. I'm sorry. You can teach, but you can't actually perform surgery. Just in my opinion. Now, I'm just young whippersnapper. I'm still wet behind the ears, but
That's cool.
she is.
Did you know that?
I did.
Ah,
I did.
cool.
I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of MS, but so many people don't realize. They look at you and they're like, oh, you're fine. What's your problem? Why can't you do your button in the bathroom? I literally, when I was having an exacerbation, it's been years ago, we were still in California. H and I went to dinner for some business people. I asked a random lady in the bathroom to button my pants and zip them for me because I couldn't. And I had been in the bathroom for quite a while trying to do it. And I couldn't walk out in front of my husband's business associates with it all just hanging out. So the fact that they did that, and it took somebody to stand up and say, we need this. I mean, why wasn't that just a given that we have easily accessible clothes? And no, not for the tiki hut. I mean, for life.
Not easy access, accessible.
Right.
Different.
Right. So it was a great thing. And the interesting thing, I read that after reading the article about Gypsy Rose being released in December.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, she could use them. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. She wasn't really in the wheelchair. It brought it all back to me and I had forgotten. But also the tiki hut. So speaking of Gypsy Rose, what are your thoughts on that whole thing? We've never talked about it.
Okay, so
or do you remember it?
No, I do remember the Gypsy Rose
she's
thing,
been released
on Brew. Yeah,
she's
on
being
Brew Crime,
released
we
in
talked about
December.
this topic.
Okay.
So to summarize though, her mother had, there's another phrase for it, but I'm going to say
Munchausen
by proxy.
Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to get away from it, and the only way that she basically, her options were stay in this situation or eliminate mom. Is that? Yeah. So
she was definitely emotionally, she was emotionally, physical. I mean, she was abused her entire life, mentally, physically, forced surgeries. I mean, the only thing she wasn't done was locked in a dog cage and left. I mean, she was fed, but she was beaten if she tried to stand up or get out of the chair, belittled. I mean, Stockholm syndrome. I mean, there's so many things that this poor girl.
What was the initial sentence?
She served 85%, I think it was, of what her sentence was. So she's been in 10 years. Let me Google it real quick.
I mean,
I talked about it, but
yeah, while you're looking that up, I mean, extenuating circumstances, and by that I mean there's no excuse. Okay, correction. There might be an excuse for eliminating a human being, unaliving a human being. That might be one of them, actually. As long as that's truly what happened, which I think there's plenty of evidence to say there was.
And remember, she didn't kill her mom. She talked the boyfriend into it. And she was given 10 years.
Okay.
So she met a guy online and he did it for her. So he got life. He got life.
Okay, well, I mean, I get that.
But he was also on the spectrum and had learning disabilities. And
was this in Texas?
No, it was not in Texas. Well, they did live in Texas for a little while, but it did not happen in Texas, where she got caught. They were actually, because they were in Louisiana, because they lied about Katrina. They were in Missouri. But the thing that gets me, the family, Gypsy Rose's mom changed her name because the family had concerns with the way she was doing Gypsy when she was a toddler.
My
So
ultimate opinion is that she served 85% of a sentence.
and she takes
I'm
ownership.
guessing she was.
She's admitted she was wrong. My biggest concern, and I said this on my TikTok, I understand she agreed she did wrong. She helped her mother, be killed. She set it up. What resources did we give her to undo a lifetime of abuse and to set her up to be successful in the real world? That's my biggest thing. Not saying she should have walked off scot-free, but was prison really the place for her to, her entire life, she never had a week of a normal childhood. What did we give her to deal with all of that and learn how to be a good person?
Depending
That's
on
my thing.
Prison, possibly. I don't know. Shunka could speak more to this, maybe. And I feel so okay saying that because she's mentioned these things before.
Right.
But like, depending on the prison, I would imagine there are some things, and I would imagine she's also a prime candidate to be signed up for those things. Not that they're good things, but I would also imagine that a condition of her parole is to set up, find somebody and set up appointments and stuff. Now, here's the problem. She's getting out. What family does she have? Extended family? Does she have a support system? Does she have anything? Because that's where things go south. And I'm not saying she's going to go south because I think this was a very isolated incident. I don't think she is at any risk of doing this again because the situation is over. Right.
Well, and there was extended family. She had a biological dad, but nobody, excuse my crassness, nobody had the balls to step in and say, what you're doing to this child is wrong. There were doctors who even said, this isn't right. This isn't, those records wouldn't be gone. She wouldn't have had this. I get that she has her aunt, her dad, and her stepmom. Where, if they had concerns early on, there's just so many holes that things fell through. I look more to the medical community for not raising flags. Like one doctor I read, he was told by the county, golden gloves. This is a special family. And the doctor was like, yeah, but something's not right here. And they're like, no, just go with it.
See, they should be in jail too.
They should be in jail. They are mandated reporters.
To me, with that thought, with mandated, they are accessories to not only the abuse of Gypsy, but also the murder of the mom. That's now obviously I'm not a lawyer, and right. I highly doubt that's how that works. But to me, ethically, if you go along with this, anything that results, which is abuse and then the murder, you're an accessory too.
I'm the same way. And if a woman moves there and she says, oh, well, Katrina, all of the medical records are gone. Well, I can tell you this. I'm in the middle of changing doctors and they're like, you either need to get that doctor to refer you here or you have to redo all of the testing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing a spinal tap again. Not happening. I will call up the doctor and tell him I don't like you. I want a new doctor. Shouldn't they have done the same thing, especially with a child? A child, you don't just believe I'm a mother, and I'm sorry to say this, you can trust but verify. And if you have suspicion, so I guess that's the part that bothers me. Nobody was there for her whole childhood. The doctors already. Then we put her in prison with adults. She never went to trick-or-treating with normal kids. She didn't go to prom. her mom wouldn't let her have close friends because she would tell. And I think she's going to have a rough time. And I hope they let her change her name. Put her in like a witness protection or something. Give her a chance to have a life.
And then on the opposite side of that, right? Maya Kowalski, and they're currently in court now, which they a hospital accused Maya's mother of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and took basically falsely imprisoned, and hugged and photographed against her will. And now I've watched the documentary. That doesn't mean anything.
Right.
I haven't watched the court case. I haven't seen the evidence. However, if you have this other side of things too, right, where this hospital way overdid it, and there's yeah.
I agree, but she moved to multiple states and would change doctors, and the mom is actively going out and getting government resources. Habitat for Humanity built her a home. They got a free van, free food, where this other family wasn't asking for assistance. There's got to be a checks and balance system. And in Gypsy's case, 2 or 3 doctors throw up red flags compared to just one doctor is my thing. And so I'm glad she's getting out. I'm glad she takes ownership. I'm glad she has the mental capacity to realize I didn't make the best decision in a bad situation. But on the other hand, I can't think that I would have felt safe to go and tell somebody, if your doctor's believer, who should you trust? Because
oh yeah,
I would go to my doctor first.
You know what's amazing is how, obviously there have been years between when she was under the thumb of her mother and now. But if you put obvious maturation aside and aging aside, the difference in how she presents herself non-verbally as well as how she looks is astonishing.
Mm-hmm. It is. And
just
then I
astonishing.
think him, don't know a lot about him, haven't looked into as much, but he is on the spectrum. He has some learning disabilities. Apparently was very undermature as far as his thinking, and he would have done anything like a little puppy. Not saying he doesn't deserve punishment, because he did do it, but I also, once again, life in prison without parole might be a bit much.
Yeah.
But that could be the softy in me.
Yeah. I think there's other places where he could be.
Right. All right. I'm not saying he should just be walking on the streets with everybody.
Right. I'm just briefly looking at something, and it seems like he was diagnosed with autism in grade school. And he himself said, from the very first day I was in kindergarten all the way to 12th grade, every single one of those days I was in special education. And he went on to say, the weird thing, though, is that even though I was in special education throughout that entire time, I was considered one of the smartest children in the classroom that I was in just because of my high-functioning autism, Asperger's syndrome. So he has a
intellectual smartness is different. I don't want to say common sense, but
one of the psychologists that did something, I don't know whether he was for defense or prosecution, but said that he did 2 mental evaluations on him and determined that he is on the autism spectrum. He has an IQ of 82 and the functionality equivalent to that of a 10-year-old. So
yeah, that's what I'm just, I believe in justice. I believe there's consequences for everything you do. But I also think we need to balance consequences with reality. I mean, I'm not saying he
Well-
should be walking the streets free. I'm saying he does deserve consequences and punishment. But I'm not sure I agree with it. His whole life should just be thrown away. Because he
Yeah.
saved this girl. Nobody has thought to say that. I know she talked him into it. In reality, we all know she could have just walked away. She didn't know that because she was in a mental prison. He saved her. What do you think life would have? I think mom would have eventually. Mom would have pushed it
Gypsy
too
would
far.
have died.
So in a way, I
Gypsy would
think
have
he
died,
saved her.
absolutely. Yeah.
But
It's complicated. I mean, it's Facebook relationship. It's complicated, and law doesn't
it
like
is.
gray.
It
Doesn't like
doesn't.
shades of gray. It wants black and white. And this is
Well-
that entire case is gray. So
It is. And I think it was one of the first times we ever saw anything on that scale. You know,
at least
Because-
that media picked up.
because her mom was good. Her mom was a master manipulator. She bamboozled a lot of people.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I was trying to
So-
find. Yeah.
It's kind of like me trying to drink this wine. It's just not great.
I'm trying to find
Okay,
this
I love
film.
that song. Once, twice, 3 times a lady.
Trying to find this movie that I watched. Yes, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So there's a movie that deals with kind of that concept of Munchausen, and I don't know if you've ever seen
Mhm.
it. It was done in 2001, and it was called The Glass House.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it's got
Yeah.
like Diane Lane in it, Stellan
Yes.
Skarsgård's in it, and Bruce Dern. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's if you haven't seen it, it's it's got some horror aspects, but it's mostly a thriller.
It's-
But it's fascinating.
It's fascinating, but then you add in that other component of Nick with his issues. So, I mean, it was almost like a perfect storm. That
the
these
enabler.
two
I mean, he
young
was totally an
people
enabler.
found each other. So, yeah, my softy heart's out today. So I have so many feels around it.
Mhm.
And I just hope that in 5 to 10 years that we hear how successful she is and how she's overcome
Oh,
this
me too.
trauma.
Absolutely.
And my heart breaks for him and his family. Today's not the day for me to have all these feels. Sure. I know. I don't know where my bell is because my dang bell doesn't work. I need a refund on that bell.
This makes me chuckle.
That's like me saying I
That's funny.
sleep with Keith Morrison every night.
She says that she has a stuffed version of me.
Who does
That's not
me?
true, handsome hubby.
I was like going, I
Yeah,
sleep
I was
with
just kidding.
Lucy, my giraffe.
Now hold on, is it Lucy or is it? I'm confused.
I have a stuffed giraffe that my bestie's son just gave me 2 weeks ago, and I named her Lucy. It just popped in my head. HH agreed, and so I've been sleeping with her. And then I just put Keith Morrison in my ears, and I snuggle up to Lucy because handsome hubby's too hot. He makes me sweat. He needs to stay on his side of the bed. I just gotta stay over
That's-
there. Plus, there's dogs between us. I
I
agree
need
with that.
I need Elizabeth to talk to Mrs. Bruce Crime about this. See if she agrees. She does.
Well, I will say and I can't believe I'm going to admit this. I tried to listen to one of your voice narration podcasts. The subject kept me from sleeping, but your voice was very Keith Morrison-y. I could have slept with you.
Well, thank you. I take that as a huge compliment.
So maybe if you could just read books and put them out there, I will be more than happy. I mean, I put you to sleep on our last live, so.
I have. Listen, if anybody knows, if anybody has an idea of a free, a royalty-free book that you would like read, you tell me, and I will start working on it.
Is that a promise?
It is a promise.
Does it matter
I have
what
wanted
kind
to
of book?
pick up a book for so long. I mean, it could be. I mean, I read Chad Daybell's stupid story, so I mean, at this point, anything.
What about
probably.
a Harlequin?
Sure. I mean, why not, right? I mean,
okay.
So.
Okay.
How about not Helter Skelter, but the autobiography of Charles Manson? I actually recorded a segment of that and used it as an audition piece for a voiceover role, and I got that. We didn't finish the project, but it was the Joker, which I loved.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm trying to see if I actually still have that. I might.
My voice is more like fingernails on a chalkboard. You don't want me reading you a book, especially not when I'm raspy like this.
Let's see.
So.
Oh, here it is.
Let's have some fun, Babs. Don't mess with the Batman who laughs.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't sleep to that one.
No.
No, that one I couldn't sleep to.
But yeah, feel free to reach out.
Well, are you ready to get in? Because I have to tell you, I really thought corporate crimes was going to be easy peasy and didn't think it was going to get that bad.
And yet.
And I also didn't know that companies could have criminal charges put against them and be put on probation for their company, but nobody goes to jail. So I was naive and thought this was going to be easy breezy fun, and I was wrong.
I'm ready.
Okay, I have to. Yes, please.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to listen to Keith real fast.
Oh,
I forgot.
How could you not have Keith in your mind already?
I don't fall asleep to him. Hold on, real quick.
Local beauty queen found murdered in her apartment.
Oh God, he's got age on him. Oh, that pesky DNA. Nope. I just sound like an old guy. I could just do, oh, that pesky DNA. That's, yeah.
I like it like that. Oh, that pesky DNA.
He's got age on him. It's like, it's like when I had a high school band where we covered AC/DC and I could hit the notes in high school, but then my guitarist was like, all right, now you just need to catch up to 50 years of chain smoking. And I was like, no.
Let's be kind to the older population here, please.
No, I absolutely 100% love how much, like, how much I love full voices. And I think folks that are, higher in age their voice just sounds like they have experience, and there is no
Well-
way I could recreate that.
I also like the little bit of sarcasm, but he means it, but he stabs it in at
Mhm.
the same time. He just does it all perfectly. Like, it's just perfect. Just perfect. Well, I am somewhat excited to tell you about my case because everybody in the world has heard of at least one of their products. Tyson Foods.
Oh boy!
Most
Oh no!
most people think they're just chicken. They're not just
We
chicken.
have a chicken plant right down the road from. Actually, it's right down the road from my in-laws. Whew.
Yeah, they got. So, and I'm going to try my new fancy thing and we're going to see how this works. Okay. So, Tyson's Food has a long and complex history that includes both notable achievements and controversies. While it began as a modest family business, it has grown into one of the largest meat processing companies globally. However, over the years, the company has faced a series of legal issues and allegations that have raised concerns about its business practices and ethical standards. Now, I'm going to just tell y'all, get ready and buckle up because it's a little cray-cray. So Tyson Foods started back in 1931 when John Tyson moved his family to Springdale, Arkansas. He started delivering chickens to markets in the Midwest. This was fascinating to me. During World War II, they experienced significant growth because chickens were not subject to rationing. They were rationing all other food, but not chicken. Guys, I don't get it. It's protein. I don't get it, but okay. So that allowed them to just explode. They started breeding chickens, growing chickens, raising chickens, and spreading them. Then they had a hatchery and they started selling baby chicks, then chicken feed. Then they started transporting it all over the US and just kept it going, which I find funny that they started out with these couple little chickens. Then they decided to kill them and sell them, and everybody now eats them. So they opened their first processing plant in the 1950s. And then in 72 is when they changed to what we know today as Tyson Foods. Now, like I said, they're one of the largest meat processing companies. However, like a lot of companies this size, they've had a lot of controversies, legal issues, and violations over the years. Now, I am sad to say, until I researched this, I thought they only sold chicken. I didn't know. There are other brands. Jimmy Dean Sausage, Hillshire Farm, Ballpark Hot Dogs, Raised and Rooted, Sara Lee. I mean, they're cheesecakes. Sara Lee. Adele's, Wright Brand, which is the thick bacon we buy, Bosco's, Gallo Salami, and guys, that's not even all of the list. They are more than just chicken. But
It's
before
like,
we get...
No,
It's like what?
I was just gonna say it's like Facebook. It's like Meta, who owns literally almost everything.
That's true. They expanded. I guess if you can raise a chicken, you can raise a pig, you can raise a cow, you can... They also have a steak company, things like that.
If you can milk a, yeah.
Now, before we dive into this, I want to tell you, I did not focus on their sanitary and health issues a lot. I focused more on the corporate things that they did. So a little things will pop up because they did them for money kind of things, but we don't get into that. So I just want to let everybody know that we are not going to talk about how chicken nuggets are made because we're just not. I can't. So wanted to tell you that. Now, I also want to say, to be fair, all large companies, when you have that many employees, that many locations, you're going to have issues. You can't control everything. However, they have faced huge numbers of issues. And at the end, I'm going to tell you some of their large fines that they've paid and settlements, because it's crazy. So I'm going to give you several of the top. So discriminatory hiring practices in 2000, they paid $230,000 to settle allegations that they were discriminating hiring back in 96 to 97. So just 1 year, they weren't hiring the right people. Then in 2001, they had to recall 2.3 million pounds of chicken due to the fact they underprocessed it. We're not going to go into that. Then
Yeah, it's not.
In 2003, now it does say underprocessed as long as you cooked it at home perfectly. Overcooked it, you were fine. It's the people who a little bit of pink left shouldn't do. So,
Well, isn't that special?
now, animal cruelty allegations in 2003, PETA filed formal request for criminal charges because there was eyewitness testimony of animal cruelty in their Arkansas slaughterhouse. Now, they had a reporter who got hired to work at the slaughterhouse.
Nicely done.
So I was like, you have a better stomach than I do, because I wouldn't do that for a story. So better than me.
I hope to heck that they offer that person mental health care afterwards.
Oh, God, I hope so. This next one is where I learned a lot. Environmental violations in 2003. Tyson pled guilty to 20 felony violations of the Federal Clean Water Act. The company was repeatedly discharging untreated or inadequately treated wastewater into the storm drains that went into the public drinking water.
Ugh.
$7.5 million penalty. They agreed and wrote a check. Also in 2003, they paid another settlement for releasing phosphorus and nitrogen-rich chicken waste into a watershed that supplied drinking water in a different state. So not just one state, another state, another $7 million fine. Okay, 2005. Tyson settled an SEC investigation concerning false proxy statement. The company paid a $1.5 million penalty. Don Tyson, the chairman, had to pay a personal penalty of $700,000. So basically, they were paying the chairman's personal expenses and writing it off through the corporation instead of taxing him. You can't do that, people. So,
No.
I don't know if you're hearing all these millions. We're going to hit some pretty big numbers.
Shumka just announced the one Tyson plant that's right next to my in-laws.
Yeah. Yeah. So they paid a $42.5 million lawsuit in 2005 to settle a lawsuit to the handling of their contracts with vendors. They would do what Musk is trying to do. Oh, I'm not paying that bill. Oh, I'm not paying that bill. Thinking they're going to get away with it. Oh, I'm canceling that contract. $42 million. Guys, now we know our chicken prices are going up, right? So this next one, I'm going to just tell you, being an HR, this one just pushes me over the edge. Worker safety violation. In 2009, Tyson was fined the maximum penalty allowed by law for willfully violating worker safety regulations, which results in the death of an employee. The maximum penalty is $500,000. It's what a life cost. That was the
That's
penalty. So they
pennies.
decided it was cheaper to pay that than to put the safety guards on the equipment to protect their fingers. And yeah, it was cheaper to do that. Yeah.
It's almost like
So-
not having any consequences
Uh-huh.
doesn't make
Uh-huh.
things better.
Yep. So then 2009, they paid $2 million penalty and a $4.1 million fine for releasing fecal coliform into a different water system. So
What?
between 2010 and 2015, Tyson paid $19 million in fines and $700 million to settle lawsuits. Guys, this does not take into account what they were doing in Mexico. So they had to pay a $4 million fine, Mexico money, for bribery relating to the export of chicken products. Mexico was saying they met U.S. standards, and they didn't. And a $1.2 million judgment. So the thing I found interesting, those 20 felony charges, the company was put on probation. And they had a probation officer type person work in the company to watch everything they did. Could you please explain to me why and how a company is put on probation and nobody spent a night in jail and people died? How do you do criminal charges against a company, let them stay in business, put them on probation for a year? I didn't know that was a thing that you could do. I didn't know a company could get put on probation.
I mean, they charge the company as an entity and not the individual. I mean, that way you show the public that you're quote unquote doing something, but you're not really. And Tyson has such a hold on lobbyists and such, and they probably pay. I'm guessing they probably donate to some politicians in order to keep whatever they're doing, current, or keep up doing whatever they're doing. But I mean, like,
I'm smart enough to know that raising animals for food is a rough business. But if you can spend that kind of money just in 15 years on fines and lawsuits, that doesn't go into the sexual harassment, wrongful terminations. There's a whole lot of other ones I didn't get into. If you can spend that kind of money, why don't you just fix your shit?
I'm looking right now. In 2022, they spent $1.827 million on lobbying.
Uh-huh.
And they donated $705,000 to politicians. Now, this is politicians on both sides. It just so happens to be mostly red at the top. Actually, the top 5. So it's just like, this is why they get away with what they get away with, right?
Well, but here's this. So their board chairman received compensation of $10.32 million. His base salary is $1.62 million a year. Okay, now here's the next thing. And this is a side note. John R. Tyson, who's the CFO, pled guilty in 2022 to public intoxication and trespassing after he entered a home that was not his, crawled into bed, and went to sleep. He paid a total of $300 in fines and $40 in court costs. Now, the upside, the woman who lived in the home wasn't there, so she came home and found him. And he's lucky. Because if he had come in my house, I'd have shot his ass. But he's 34. His base salary is $650,000. Plus, he gets a performance bonus of $585,000 to $715,000. So, I want to know why they need to make that much money and they're paying all these fines and legal things. You need to fix your shit and spend money there and not keep raising the price of chicken.
So,
I know I'm
Yeah.
preaching to the choir.
well, I mean, and spending money on things like, safety guards, it doesn't process more chicken. And the bottom line's the bottom line, and they've got themselves a board, I'm sure, and it's probably, it doesn't matter how cheap it would be to do it. They're not going to do it.
But
Yeah.
let's all be honest. Also, the government doesn't want to shut down Tyson. If they shut down Tyson, the food shortage the country would have. We've had supply chain problems. We've seen the price. I mean, there was a time that it was at $18 a dozen for eggs in Austin during the pandemic. So just think, and part of me can't help but think they know that. They know that they're a monopoly.
Oh, for sure. That's where the power comes from. I don't want to jump the shark. Are you going to hit on more recent things?
I am not. And the
Okay.
reason I didn't is because it got to be disturbing to me.
Uh-huh.
It got to be very
Yeah.
disturbing. If you want to
Maybe
share
at the end, I'll
some,
just mention it, but
if you want, I'm done with my
Oh,
part
okay.
because it literally, I didn't eat meat for a couple of days because just reading, I took it as disregard. Yes, they're feeding people. They're doing a good thing. But when I started reading about the children who were sick from what they were putting in the water supply,
Mhm.
I just, and I was on meds, pain meds, and I was just like, I can't. So yes, please share some of the more current thing, because there's a lot more current too.
Yeah, so I'm just going to mention a couple of things. I mean, really one overall theme, and this was published September 28th this year. But the Department of Labor is investigating Purdue and Tyson following a New York Times Magazine report of minors working at their facility. The federal government committed to ratcheting up efforts to root out child labor law violations, which means they're just going to fine them.
But they're not there. Wait, is that their facilities or that was their contracted vendors?
I'm looking now.
I think it's their vendors. So they didn't control the hiring. They use subcontractors.
So the Purdue thing looks like it was a migrant child was severely injured while working for a sanitation company contracted by them, but it also mentioned several other underage migrant workers, including some who worked at Tyson facilities directly.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
Here
in Texas, they've only talked about it being subcontractors on the news.
Oh, and look, our favorite marathon runner, Josh Hawley, sent "quote unquote" an open letter to Tyson CEO asking for more information about the company's child labor practices. What do you need to know, Josh Hawley? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get angry real quick. What do you need to know? The policy is don't do it. And if they're doing it,
Yeah.
stop it. But you're not gonna stop it because they contribute. So
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things. It pisses me off. It's such an empty action. Empty actions make me so angry. And he is a
Well,
dick to begin with. So
he is.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you probably see their recent things, they were forcing employees to come to work. And if you work in certain parts, like a clean room environment, you were mandatory to be there. It takes you 30 to 45 minutes to get into the get up to go to work. They didn't want to pay you for it, but yet you had to do it or you would lose your job. You would work, and then when you had to get out of it to go eat, they wouldn't pay you for that. So basically, you were working 16 hours and getting paid for 8 to 9 hours.
A friend of mine whose parents both both U.S. citizen and then naturalized citizen, right? They actually met at a plant. I don't remember what plant, but involving chicken. And they would get up at like 2:30 in the morning, and they would get in a van, way packed van, at like 5, and they would drive off and work forever, and then come back super late just to fall asleep for a couple of hours to wake up and do it again. And I mean, just the mistreatment is, and they know they can get away with it because of the rhetoric that surrounds migrant workers. And the recent conversation over all of that is, and I just saw it yesterday. When they ousted Kevin McCarthy, talking about, they literally put a blanket statement out there that everybody who crosses the border is a criminal. And no matter how you feel about that situation, you know, and this isn't even political. This is a humane thing. Not everybody who crosses the border, whether legally or illegally, is a criminal. And
Well,
and,
just like
and
I
the majority
can't say
of fentanyl's coming from.
I can't say every man is a cheater. I can't say every woman is a psycho. You cannot generalize people. You can't say everyone that comes from Texas is this. And that is the problem with blanket statements. And the problem I have with the blanket statement not being political, I was born and raised in America. My parents were. My grandparents weren't. My great-grandparents weren't. They came over from France. I mean, that would mean that they were criminals, right? If you say everyone that comes over that's an immigrant's a criminal, that means the majority of our population, we are part criminals.
What's fascinating, I have an application on my phone, and I suggest everybody take a look into it. You don't have to, obviously, because it costs money, but I subscribe to Ground News, and Ground News is an app that gives you the topics of the news, but they have a basically a unbiased rating in terms of whether it's centric, left, or right. And they will show you 3 articles, one that's left, one that's centrist, and one that's right. And your left side says that the subject is, or the head title, as Killer Rabbit podcast would say, is there is a migrant crisis, and they back that up in terms of numbers, like how many people are coming across, right? And having a lot of people come across, no matter the reason, it does put a strain, but that doesn't mean. But my point is that they title migrant, centrist, migrant, right. And I'm so sorry if I'm not. This is not a blanket statement against all people on the right, because Papa Brew's crime is on the right. He just happens to have common sense, is on the right, and loves people and accepts people, which is all I ask. But the right side, and this can't be argued, is they take migrant and substitute that for illegal immigrant or illegal alien. And that immediately devalues or dehumanizes somebody. And that is the problem. And they know exactly what they're doing. So
they know what's gonna get heard. The other thing that Tyson has some current legal issues going on around expectant mothers. There are certain roles that when you hit a certain time in your pregnancy within their processing plants, that a female cannot do those jobs because it could, harm their fetus. So they terminate them, or they push them out so that they can't get unemployment. And there now is some lawsuits that we're going to be seeing coming into the press because they open these processing plants in these smaller rural areas and people need jobs. Our unemployment is still very high. And these women have to make choices to support their family. And I was shocked to find out if they are convicted of it, it would once again just be criminal charges and then put on probation.
Yeah.
The most they will have to pay is $250,000. That is the state max where they're at that this happened. So $500,000 for an adult life. $250,000 for terminating someone because they refused to harm their child. Now, could they get together a class action lawsuit? Absolutely. But we all know it's going to take a lot. So I was very disturbed. Now, the one positive thing, HH is being wonderful and brought me some ice. He can wave hi. He stuck a hand over.
He did.
He brought me some ice. I will say, if it's true and they're not just talking smack, they are hiring some people to come into the organization and focus on humanitarian responsibilities. Now, we will just have to wait and see if that's an actual thing or if they're just talking the talk.
Are they hiring people into their organization, or are they hiring a third party?
They're hiring a third party.
Okay. Because a third party would have a reputation, in which they would have to do the work. So yeah.
They are.
Also, yeah, I don't get political on 13th. So for those of you who are surprised, don't be. This is what happens. My bad. And I don't want to let this go by without paying attention to it. And also hitting this button too. Because that's her nickname.
I love that because I was wanting to go to.
Oh, right. The whole husband. I
had to ask for ice to see if it would help this wine. Because he was like, I'm not opening you another bottle. You haven't finished that one. And I don't want to be mean and say, it's nasty.
There's a real weird, and I'll get to my case in one moment. There's a real weird smack in the face when some of the things that happen on a channel or some of the things that start just become kind of part of the lexicon. It's a really weird situation. I said my whole wife today, or my whole partner rather, I said today at work, and people were very confused. So What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Well, they just leave them wondering because somebody, and I'm not going to say who, they were like, and I'm going to try not to say his name, but my husband basically, they said, does he know about HH? And I
Yeah.
literally was like, what? I mean, because I was back in my hometown a couple weeks ago and they're like, yeah, does he know about HH? And I was like, I'm not sure I understand the question. Does your husband know that you have a side piece? I just went,
Oh God, no.
okay. I said, just so you know, HH is handsome hubby.
Right.
And she looked at me and she goes, oh. And I was just like, okay. What else could HH stand for? Hottie? I don't know. But I was
I mean, it could
literally,
just be a nickname.
and she goes, well, Meghan Markle calls her husband H. And I was like, well, I obviously wasn't referring to Harry. But it was just interesting that
Harry
people,
hubby.
it's like,
Oh
ooh,
man.
I'm going to have
What are
to
you gonna do?
tease HH and tell him that's really what it stands for. And I just never told him.
Tell him you got it from me.
So it's just interesting
I
that
like him.
people that you kind of know, but they don't know you real well, but they listen to the pod or they see stuff and they just draw these own conclusions in their mind. Like I had someone send me a message and say, how come you announce that you've been married 5 times? And I was like, I haven't been. Was I drinking? And then I realized it's because I mentioned my mother-in-law's been married 5 times.
People hear what they want to hear. Shireen said there's an H.H. Holmes.
Well, my HH has been my HH for 19 years. I've called him that. So it was before it became a thing.
That's what I say about I was JT before Justin Timberlake was JT. So take that. Daddy Pop. All right.
So before we get into your case, I want to know
Mhm.
if anyone else has seen this show that I am now obsessed with, that I have now become a stalker, Trafficked with Mariana Van Zeller. She does black market stuff for National Geographic. If you haven't watched it, HH and I watch an episode a couple of times a week. She is phenomenal, and I want to be her. We just watched one on ghost guns. And I have to tell you, the fact that it is legal to make ghost guns, ship them in a box like an IKEA furniture, because it's not considered a gun if it's not assembled. Send it to the person with the instructions of how to assemble it, and it's legal. And one of the biggest players is here in Austin.
I mean,
But her coverage, she gets these criminals to trust her. You have to, I mean, there's black market babies, there's drugs, she is phenomenal. And I hope in fact, I sent her a thing saying that she needs to investigate black market food processing.
that's a good idea. That's a good idea. You know, I would be shocked about the whole gun thing. But at this point right now, weapons have more rights than women. So I mean,
Well, but just the loopholes and things. And that may not be spelled correctly, but I mean, I friended her on Instagram, on Facebook, National Geographic. I found her email address. I sent her an email. She puts her life in danger. And I will tell you what I found out about cocaine has just totally changed my mind. I always thought it came from cocoa leaves and it was somewhat pure like marijuana. Not that I run out and do cocaine. It is made with acid, gasoline, ammonia, the stuff they do with this. I don't know how anybody puts that stuff in their body. But she literally goes in and they trust her. She goes, yes, she did gang culture. It's phenomenal. I don't know what happened, but I just saw on her Instagram, she just went back out on the road. They're filming their next season. They got stuck in a country for a little bit because of some issues.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
she went to the border of Ukraine and Syria on the episode we watched last night for black market oil. Not oil being done like we do in Texas with the oil rigs and then we process it. People are doing it from the ground, cooking it themselves in vats, and then taking it. I will just tell you, if you're into true crime, you should watch this because it made me realize there's much more crimes going on than what's out in the general news that we read about. I never thought about the billions of dollars and the people losing their lives to process oil out of the ground. So it's just a great show. So I'll get off my little soapbox on her, but I have a girl crush.
That's fair.
She's ballsy. I told HH, I said, she got bigger balls than most men. Banged up abroad.
I think all women do, to be honest with you.
I mean, I think I'm ballsy at times, but I don't know if she's in a foreign country and she has a very small team. She's going, now she's not American. She is from Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
She lives in LA, but you definitely, it's shocking. What I love is the respect and kindness she has for these criminals because she wants to know why they do it. And they're in these countries that it's that or starve. And so she's not judging them, but she does very gently and kindly say, don't you worry about the people you're killing. You know, and she accepts when they say, do I let my children die? So she does it very well. I need to write down, what was that? Banged up abroad. Hold on, I got to get a Post-it note.
All right. Well, are you ready for me?
I'm always ready for you because I'm ready for a nap. So talk me to sleep. I'm kidding.
I'll talk myself to sleep like I did last time.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Oh, I actually reviewed that tape with a child psychologist that I work with. And she was, if you go back and you see the end of me talking about the Moores murders, you see my brain literally blue screen, like literally shut down, restart, and then try to catch itself as if it never happened. And that's why, it was just bad. So that was very scary for me.
But
when
it means you need to do a better job of taking care of yourself and practicing self-care and self-love is what that means, because that's your body's. It's like a computer restarting. It's your body saying, I'm done. You've pushed me. Ding.
Yeah, that's why I haven't had a show in the past couple of days. That and family stuff. So, so when we talked about white collar crimes, I had thought, well, there's Bertie Madoff. There's a lot of funny jokes you can make with Madoff. He made off with money, ha 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 ha, or Enron, or something to that degree.
Oh, Enron hurts, honey. Think of where I grew up. Enron hurts.
But there's something that I always found interesting, and I think a good chunk of it happened kind of before I was really paying attention, either because I was younger or whatever. And it's still happening today. And I will say this with full disclosure. Well, I'll tell you, I'm talking about the tobacco industry. And I'll say this with full disclosure is that I currently vape.
I was getting ready to say, are you about to call the kettle black?
Yes, I am, but I'm also going to call myself out too.
Okay, as long as you
right away
own it.
Yeah, I'm gonna own that for sure. I mean, if you haven't noticed on the stream, I'm surprised. But yeah, so I do, and I started it. Here's the funny part. I spent forever trying to figure out why it happened, and I started it right before the first Little Bruise crime was born, with the thought of I can't control much right now in my life. And that was my really sad way of saying I can control this. And that was 7 years ago. And it is not controllable.
So you didn't smoke before then?
Other than once or twice, either cigarettes or 420. No, not at all.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and so I've tried to stop multiple times with multiple different things. And
Did your
also I have
parents
a highly
smoke?
addictive personality. No.
Did your parents smoke? See, I think, and this may sound weird because my parents did. I'll never forget when we went to repaint the house and we took a picture off the wall and I saw the yellow.
Oh.
I was like, I always thought that was the color of our walls. No, it was the nicotine. And I remember my grandmother got staples in her ears to stop smoking. Like staples. They put a staple gun and stapled her ears.
Yeah, so that's the other thing that's really hard for me. Obviously I am very much other focused, other centric. I don't know if that's a word, or a phrase, but my grandmother from the age of like 16 smoked like 3 packs a day. And I remember when she had passed away, which wasn't even from that, although I'm sure her lungs were very dark. But it also happened that they didn't diagnose her in time or really at all with ALS. And we think that's what it was. But, when my parents were set to clean the house, just the amount of work that it took, just like you said. And also there's something nostalgic about being young and growing up. And although she never smoked in front of us, I mean, when we weren't there visiting, she smoked in the house, so it smelled like it, right? But I don't know. I feel so bad because my dad grew up with that, with his mom smoking, and I know it probably kills him, knowing that I do this. And there's no justification for vaping over cigarettes. There just isn't. I used to say at least I know what's in it, but I don't.
It's just as addictive,
it's worse.
right? The nicotine. Because both of my kids vape, and I'll be honest, for somebody who has survived breast cancer, thyroid cancer, ovarian cancer, it's tough. it is tough, but I'm also smart enough to know I smoked at one time. I went in for my first chemo treatment and I asked where I could light up. And the doctor looked at me and he goes, well, why don't you just leave if you're going to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I was 22 and I was like, excuse that out of me. And he's like, well, if you're going to smoke a cigarette, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
And I think back that I was, had already had a child. I think it was just, it got in the genetics. It was just, I think if your parents smoked it or you were around it, it got into your body and your body craves it and you become addicted if you taste it that one time. Because I hate the taste, hate the smell, but man, there was something great about it. And I will still smoke one every New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me personally, I know this is not this topic, but I mean, for me personally, and at this point, it's definitely more than just okay. So I am super late to being diagnosed ADHD, and my brain was always looking for dopamine, always, and so that's probably another situation where it allowed for that. I don't think it's allowing for that as much anymore, but my brain is so used to me doing this. And so there's just there's something needs to happen.
Have you, and this
Sooner rather
sounds
than later,
crazy, but I have a friend who didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until 10, 15 years ago. She's same age as me. And she smoked, and kind of that same thing. She went to a therapist type person and she started eating lollipops, but they had nicotine in them. They were some type of lollipop to lower the amount of nicotine, but it also did something with the effect. And then she got to where after so much time, it was like, okay, you do that. Now you have to drink water and you can't have this till you drink the water. And so it became a rotation thing. And now she works out. She's in the gym. She's now gone vegetarian on me. She, thank God, still drinks wine. But, and it was all about the muscle memory as well as the body memory.
And like I have this thing that I'm trying called Fume, and basically it's like natural flavors, and it's like a vape, but there's nothing in it, right? There's nothing in it, and it's not even a vapor. It's literally just basically you're inhaling air.
And there's no nicotine in it?
No, not at all. It's all natural stuff. I mean, it's
just hot air.
Like for instance, sparkling grape. It's not even hot air. It's just you're drawing air through past this thing that's spiked with like white cranberry and crisp mint and sparkling grapefruit. And so you have this and you have the inhale. The problem is that I just need to focus on that more so than the other thing. So here we are.
I wonder if they would do that with lavender in it, because lavender's calming.
Lavender is an option, I think.
Is it?
So yeah, I believe so. I have to check, but it's something that I have, and it cost me money. But so I just need to get back on it.
It's just one of those things. I mean, like me, I of the last people in this world should ever smoke anything. I know that. Smart enough to know that. But I was at my bestie's house 2 weeks ago. She smokes. Guess what I did? I had a cigarette. But I won't let myself have that second one, because if I have a second one, I won't stop. And it's not so much that I enjoy it. It's just, it takes me back to a time in my life when it was simple. I didn't have to worry. I know that sounds crazy, but it does something in me. And it's like, oh my God, do you remember when you were tiny and you did this and you didn't hurt all over and life didn't suck? So I think there's that nostalgia to it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, the last thing I'll say is, the whole vaping thing. I mean, it's not something that's limited to just doing it outside. I mean, it's not something that, to a degree, actually, for the most part, doesn't leave a lasting. I don't have anything that has like the massive smoke plumes, right? I used to,
But isn't it
but I don't have
worse
that anymore.
for your lungs? Or is it just like
Oh,
with me having asthma, that vape
okay.
would be absolutely not good for me because my lungs are already damaged.
And
I know my
every
kids
time
always tell
that I
me
talk about,
vapes are better. And I'm
yeah,
like, I don't know. It's still nicotine,
yeah,
but in their oils or something in vapes.
anything that I say right now is going to sound like I'm excusing it, and I don't want anybody to confuse or misconstrue what I'm about to say, because it is still terrible for you. Right now, the
Can I
thing
tell
that
you a
I
secret?
have is some.
So
Yeah.
is wine.
Well, yeah.
Wine's not good for you either.
But like, okay, so what I have right now is a mass-produced vape. It's probably terrible. It probably has a bunch of terrible crap in it. Before I moved to that, because it's more economical, which is really stupid to say, considering that I'm still doing it. I live near where a company called Avail was created. And Avail was a vape business, and they created their own quote unquote juices for the vape that only involved like 3 ingredients. And that's something that I trusted, and something that, I watched them do in their actual factory. And so while there was nicotine and there was, anything that you do that is more than what you should have is bad for you. And it's going to lead to that no matter what you do, because there's nicotine involved. And there's no good outcome. But if I know, I guess for me, my excuse was, I know what's in it. I know what the ingredients are. I've seen it done. So it's fine. It's not fine. I can tell you that it's not fine. 6, 7 years later, not fine. Not fine.
Well, but there are so many things that, I mean, I got cancer. I already had the cancer, just didn't know it before I smoked. I never smoked.
Yeah.
And it most likely wasn't from my parents. It's because my parents grew up near refineries up in the Golden Triangle area of Texas. So you look at wine is not good for you. It kills your liver. There's a lot of things. And I'm the person that believes in balance and balancing things. Smoking isn't great. If you can find a way to still live a happy, healthy life without it, great. Just don't get to 3 packs a day. If you get to 3 packs a day, we're going to have to do an intervention.
Oh yeah.
And then I will
wanna
staple
say
your
that I'm
ears
not-
myself.
I'd probably take it at this point. I want to say that I am seeing, as we're talking, I'm seeing stories of folks that have quit. I'm seeing stories of folks that are quitting currently. I'm seeing those are super inspirational to me, and I appreciate you all sharing your stories. Those, I don't take those things for granted, and I know Terry doesn't either. So don't think I'm ignoring them by not bringing them up on the screen.
No.
We were just having a conversation, so hopefully that's okay.
Now, Will, one advice, and anybody who's quit probably knows this better. If you do decide to quit, make sure Miss Brew Crime is on board, because just like when you quit eating sugar, people become not so nice, and it brings out a whole different personality for a while.
I become a big old bee.
And I really don't want to have to cover your murder, because she kills you. So just make sure that, I do think and I'm sure you'll get into this, I do think the tobacco companies knew what they were doing. They knew
Oh.
they made
Mhm.
a problem. And like I said, my parents smoked. It got into my blood, into my DNA, into my body, that my body was like, ooh, it's taught. So they did it on purpose. And unfortunately, like with a lot of addictions, it's really hard to stop them. It can be done,
Mhm.
but you also have to think of your loved ones too.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
Maybe you send Mrs. Brew Crime and the Littles to Hawaii for a
Away.
year,
Yeah,
and then you quit. Let's just make sure they're safe before you do it.
For sure. So let
Yes.
me hop into this. So the tobacco industry has a long and controversial history, and it's marred by allegations. Wow, teleprompter that I just put together. That is way too fast. I talk fast, but that's insane. Okay.
Slide it to the turtle.
So it's marred.
Slide it to the turtle.
It's marred by allegations of unethical practices, misleading advertising, and manipulative strategies that have led to widespread addiction, illness, and loss of life. So we're going to talk about the various crimes committed by the tobacco industry. We're going to talk about issues like deceptive marketing, suppression of scientific evidence, lobbying tactics, targeting of vulnerable populations. And we're going to talk about this to shed light on the ethical and legal concerns surrounding the tobacco industry and stimulate basically a broader discussion on public health, corporate accountability, and control policies. So the tobacco industry has a long history, just a long history of employing deceptive marketing and advertising practices to promote its products. We've seen that before. The industry's deliberate targeting of youth and vulnerable populations raises ethical concerns, and it contributes to the perpetuation of addiction and undermines public health efforts. I will say this, I do live in Richmond, Virginia, and right down the road from me, literally and it still has the massive like square sign that looks like a cigarette pack, is Marlboro, which is now Altria. But Altria is still what it is, and for those of you wondering, Altria is trying to push this whole PR campaign of we're stopping making cigarettes, but they're moving and they're creating secession kind of products, but they're moving into vaping.
It's the
So
same thing. It's still tobacco, right?
it's the same thing. Yep. No, for sure. It's still nicotine. So, that's just one example, but one of the most significant crimes of the tobacco industry is its deliberate suppression, on top of everything else, its deliberate suppression of scientific evidence regarding the health risks associated with tobacco use. They've downplayed the dangers of smoking. They've manipulated research findings. They've casted doubt on established scientific consensus. And also on top of that, and I'm adding this, I'm going off script, but just like vaccinations and masks and COVID became political, that's what happened here. That's what happened here. And they made science political. When you make science political, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
They are notorious for their extensive lobbying efforts to influence legislation and regulatory agencies, and they use tactics to weaken or block tobacco control policies, such as opposing public smoking bans, fighting graphic warning labels, and seeking favorable trade agreements. The global impact of tobacco industry's lobbying efforts on public health initiatives and international tobacco control treaties is also a problem. And they have faced numerous lawsuits seeking to hold them accountable for the harms caused by their products. And we're going to talk about one of them in a little bit here.
So, can I interrupt real quick? And you may be
Yeah.
getting to this. If you are, let me know.
Mhm.
I remember when there used to be cigarette commercials on TV, and then they went
Oh,
away.
yeah. Yep.
Do you talk about when they went
I
away,
don't know.
or how? I'm just curious what made what law ruling came in that finally trumped their money that they were spending to make it okay? Because, like I said, I mean, I grew up thinking they were cool. Everybody on TV that was cool was smoking those cute little Slims. And then all of a sudden they went
Oh
away.
yeah,
The commercials.
they started out with the cowboy, right? Which is like your what is the word I'm looking for? Hold on. Hegemonic masculinity. That's what I'm looking for. That's a big old phrase of saying your traditional male stereotype, the cowboy, right? You're a man
But
if
yet
you're
on
smoking and you're a cowboy.
but on Yellowstone, only Beth Dutton smokes. The men don't.
Well, and this is, I'm trying not to go off track, but now I'm really
I know.
I want to talk about this real fast.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, you hit a good point because advertising has gone a different route, and so has media, because the whole concept of the traditional masculine male and hegemonic masculinity and what's cool and what makes you a dude, it's changing, whether people like it or not. And so you used to have the cowboy films, right, with John Wayne, and that was like that was it. And I spent my junior year of college doing a media analysis or media crit analysis of The Departed, and I don't know if you've seen that movie, The Departed. It's got like Leo DiCaprio and Jack, oh geez Louise, Jack,
I don't think
Jack
so.
Nicholson. Oh, so good, so long. It's a Martin Scorsese, but so long, but so good. And what's interesting is that in that film, if you take the qualities of hegemonic masculinity and you apply it, every single male that displayed all of the characteristics in that film
Mm-hmm.
died. And the couple that were missing some things or had questionable or seemingly fake displays of these characteristics, nothing happened to them. And again, this is a stretch. Martin Scorsese did not sit down and say, "I'm going to totally battle
Right.
hegemonic masculinity by doing this," but it's really interesting to me that way. And so things are changing, but you'll see now. I mean, and you see, well, not now because the advertisements aren't there, but it kind of shifted from the whole cowboy thing to parties and hanging out with friends and social stuff. And so like you see this movement. So I'm trying to, okay. So according to the World Health Organization, as of September 2021, and we might hit these a couple more times, but approximately 1.3 billion people worldwide are smokers. That's 20% of the global population. And that
That's
tobacco
all?
related, well, I mean, that's a lot of people.
It's a lot of
Um,
people, but I really thought it was more like 40%. Maybe just in Texas, I
bet
feel that.
Well, I bet you it would
20
be if
just
it was more
sounds low.
affordable.
Okay. Yeah.
So tobacco related deaths, it's responsible for more than 8 million deaths each year. As I sit here with a vape pen, this is really ironic. It includes around 7 million deaths from direct tobacco use and 1.2 million deaths due to exposure to secondhand smoke. It's linked to 30% of all cancer deaths. It's a major cause of lung cancer, contributing to around 85% of all cases. In the US alone, it was estimated that smoking related cancers led to over 130,000 deaths annually. It also increases the risk of heart. I know this sounds like a PSA. It's not. I'm just trying to bring some weight to it. Uh,
I think facts
it's also.
are always good.
I agree.
Sorry. Facts are good.
It is a primary cause of COPD, which is chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And it's estimated to account for 80% of COPD related deaths. And let's see. Smoking during pregnancies linked to various complications. including preterm birth, low birth rate. 7% of all infant deaths and 20 to 30% of low birth rate babies are attributed to maternal smoking. Also, the economic costs are substantial. In the U.S., smoking-related healthcare costs and productivity losses are estimated to exceed $300 billion annually. I don't really care about productivity losses. They don't pay me enough to care about that. They don't
Right.
pay anybody enough to care about that. But in terms of healthcare costs, smoking prevalence varies by socioeconomic status and ethnicity. Disadvantaged populations have higher smoking rates, leading to health disparities. And nicotine's highly addictive, and it can take multiple attempts for individuals to quit successfully. Hi. The relapse rate for people attempting to quit can be as high as 80%. So if you are indeed ahead of the game and you're that 20%, keep on keeping on, please.
Yeah.
It is important to
Does
note
it-
that efforts to reduce.
I was going to say, I had heard, and I don't know if this is true, so I don't know if you're going to cover it, that it's harder to quit smoking than it is to quit some drugs. I'm not talking about heroin and the ones that are severely addictive, but I just know I've heard that it's harder to quit smoking than it is to quit drinking and to, quit some drugs. Does it talk about
I think
that?
that's probably true. I don't know if I have anything specifically in here in comparison,
Okay.
compare and contrast. But I like it. I mean, for me, if I'm just thinking about it at the base level, drinking is something that, yes, you can do that everywhere, sure, if you try hard enough. And a lot of people who do have that challenge and that hurdle, good God, if you've ever tuned into intervention and somebody has an alcohol addiction, I mean, they're carrying it with them. They're opening them up as they walk. It's really sad. But smoking is one of those things where, although now it's kind of like, people look at it and you can't do it in bars and things like that anymore for the most part. You can still do it anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, you can still do it anywhere. And so it's not something that you are barred
Can you
from
not
doing.
vape in bars and restaurants?
I mean, it's no.
I s-
I mean, not here in this state.
I see people covertly doing it all the time.
Oh, I saw people vaping at the concert I was at a few weeks ago, but they're not supposed to, right? That's against the law. So
I didn't know it was against the law. Okay.
Like some people will do what they call zeroing, and so they will inhale, they will hold it for a long time, and then exhale does not result in smoke. But they're still exhaling and they're still doing.
Oh.
So more there could be more recent statistics available now. So in terms of the crimes of the tobacco industry, they raise important questions about corporate accountability, the role of government regulation. There are ethical and legal frameworks that can be employed to hold the industry accountable for its actions. So in terms of that, right, you have regulatory frameworks, so tobacco control laws. So governments can enact comprehensive tobacco control laws that restrict advertising, sales to minors, and smoking in public places. And those laws protect the public from the harms of tobacco use. Federally, I don't know if not smoking inside certain places is a federal law. I think it's state by state because they're not going to do it federally because they get funded, right? They get paid. It's all so there's that, right? Overall, it helps protect the public. And the other thing you can do is taxation, right? You increase taxes on tobacco products. Good grief, when that happens, the uproar is amazingly. I mean, I wish people had an uproar about other things just like they do when that happens. Some of the other things, graphic warning labels are helpful. And then product liability claims. False advertising laws are a big deal. because legal actions can be taken against tobacco companies for false or deceptive advertising practices, particularly if they downplay health risks or use misleading descriptors like light, low tar, those kind of things. I mean, it makes people think, oh, it's fine, but it's not. It's not.
So does
Um,
low tar actually mean anything? Because I always thought low tar meant that it was better for you.
so that's the problem, right? Is that yes, it might be
But it's still the same
I'll get to this
nicotine
in a
level.
second. Yeah, so it might have lower tar, which is a really weird thing to brag about, by the way. Like we still have tar, but it's lower. It's a weird thing to brag about. But by saying low tar or light, you are saying that this is healthier for you than this other cigarette, but it's still a cigarette. You know what I mean? So it's no good.
I really, this is how uneducated I am. I really thought it meant it was like the better. So this is a crazy analogy, but like Beyond Meat is supposed to be better for you because it's not meat. But yet the cholesterol is actually worse for a lot of people in it. But when I first heard of Beyond Meat, I was like, oh my God, that is so much better. We should always eat that all the time. Then all of a sudden my cholesterol went up. I thought low tar meant every one cigarette, you could have like 2 or 3 more because it was that much better for you.
So that,
it's
again,
not.
is another problem.
It's false. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, Shireen, we don't have graphics.
We don't.
We have
We don't.
large bold print that says smoking causes cancer for the most part. But
And
nobody,
you shouldn't
again,
do it.
Yeah. Where's the Kelly? Kelly said nobody reads labels, right? Nobody reads labels.
But do you know what's interesting about that? Do you remember, maybe they were gone by the time you came around? We used to have candy cigarettes when I was a kid, and you would puff them and you could make smoke with them just like you were smoking. They banned those and took them off the shelf because it was targeting children to smoke.
Right. So the smoking ones, the ones that smoked, were gone before I was paying attention. The candy cigarettes, the actual candy ones, were around for me before I was the age of 10. They're kind of gone unless you buy them at a very, very specific type of store that sells like gags, like Spencer's probably does it.
Spencer's.
I don't know. But I don't know. It's interesting. So the other thing that would be really helpful, and there is some international agreements like the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and it's a global treaty by the WHO, the World Health Organization, that gives a framework for countries to implement tobacco control measures. That includes advertising restrictions, packaging regulations, taxation. Those are regulations that we're behind on. Graphics on packaging, that is something that like the UK has picked up on and started doing. We don't do it. We don't. And I don't know when we will, if we will. In terms of other considerations, specifically ethical, which we know business that's like low on their list. We heard about Tyson, right?
Right.
Public health ethics, right? Governments and policymakers need to prioritize public health in their decision making. It needs to happen. Beneficence, which is promoting well-being, non-maleficence, which is do no harm, justice, those things should guide policies, but it's not what happens. What guides policies? Lobbying guides policy.
Money.
It's a problem.
Money.
Yeah. So here you go. Here's a stat I just looked up. As of April 24th, 2023, this year, from the beginning of the year, tobacco companies have already expended like $6.98 million at the federal level alone for lobbying. Tobacco industry has 213 lobbyists registered at the federal level, 80.75% of whom are former government employees, likely to have increased access to highly influential people. So, yeah.
There's not a cap on how much they can spend? Wow.
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
I mean, think about how much the NRA spends.
Oh, yeah.
Kelly, the answer is yes. All of the above. I laugh and I make a joke out of it, but that's because I'll cry if I don't. Oh, Shireen said she's sent me a picture of the packaging.
Okay. All I read, just sent you a DM of pic. Is all I read, and I was like, Sheree, please.
Oh yeah, this is what I found. I'll share the screen real quick so you guys can see this. I mean, this is how far the U.S. is behind on things.
Okay, I saw that when we were in Finland and the UK. Oh, that is from UK. Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, we will not have that in the US for a really long time.
Not at all, because for two reasons. One, what I mentioned, lobbying, but two, we hate having reality shoved in our face.
Correct.
We just do. That is the last thing we want. We do not want to recognize. I mean, we can't even recognize the fact that global warming is a thing.
Well, we don't want to be told with visuals. We don't.
We don't.
We prefer conspiracy theories.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that like we don't even
don't like reality.
52%. No, 52%
We
of
don't
this
want
country
facts.
doesn't want to be approached
Right.
with the fact that somebody won a political race.
Right. No.
And they still don't.
I agree.
So in terms of understanding this, I think some case studies are helpful. And so we're going to hit a couple of these that just give kind of an in-depth analysis of some of the more notorious things that happen. So the first thing is the Master Settlement Agreement. And that, which is abbreviated MSA, is a landmark legal settlement that examined the deceptive marketing practices employed by the industry. And that includes, there was an emergence of internal documents that showed that the industry knew the health risks associated, but they didn't do anything about it. And I'm going to move away from this teleprompter because it's really hard because it doesn't divide the things up like I have it. It's unfortunate.
So what you're saying is basically the tobacco companies were the original Oxy people. They knew it was bad.
Yes.
They pushed it. Oxy just used their playbook. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. And I'm sure tobacco used somebody else's playbook who used some. I mean, this is all deception. And deception
it's all
at the
just
yeah. It's smoke and mirrors at the bottom line. It's all the same kind of practices. Sorry, but we get this in politics. You see the same kind of stuff, but the MSA is significant because, and it was reached in 98, and it was reached between major tobacco companies in 46 U.S. states, the District of Columbia, and 5 territories. And so here are some of the things that came out of that MSA. Under the MSA, tobacco companies agreed to pay a substantial amount of money to participating states to settle lawsuits related to the health costs associated with smoking. The total settlement amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars over a period of 25 years, which is literally nothing for these people. The MSA imposed strict limitations on tobacco industry marketing practices, including the use of cartoon characters in advertising, outdoor advertising near schools and playgrounds, and sponsoring of cultural and sporting events. I find it wild that Marlboro would sponsor a marathon. So yeah. The worst thing about tobacco companies was that they held hold on paying laws. Yeah. That's not surprising at all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I saw that when you were reading the dollar amount. They played the legal long game, and you don't have to pay out when the people are gone.
Oh,
yeah,
for sure. That was almost a given. So the agreement also included provisions aimed at reducing youth smoking rates, such as funding for anti-smoking campaigns and establishing a national foundation dedicated to tobacco prevention and cessation programs. So instead, they just created vaping, right?
I was getting ready to say, wait a minute, but vaping flavors, they're like blueberry, strawberry, Starburst. Isn't that for kids? So they got away with doing it again? Okay.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
and the reason why, right? The reason why for so long vaping got, and it's too late now, but there were no laws. This thing came out. Politics had no idea, or the government had no idea how to hold them accountable or
They weren't
create, and they
ready.
couldn't create in time. It's too late. So because things move super slow in the legal system, everything seems reactive. Nothing is proactive. Primarily because they couldn't see it coming, but also because it's not fast enough.
I mean,
Tobacco companies
when I was in high school, my freshman year of high school is the year they pulled out the smoking lounge. There was a smoking lounge in the snack bar area of the high school. And when I came in my freshman year, they had pulled it out. And let me tell you, there was a lot of pissed off people.
I remember being a kid and walking through Tokyo airport, and there was a smoking section, and it was closed behind glass, right? And it wasn't like a wall where you couldn't see anything. It was literally like glass sliding doors and like glass windows, and you could see through it. I don't know what the point of that was, but the idea was that with a window, you can see through it, but you couldn't in the room, not at all. So I don't see those anymore. Really, I'm sure they still exist somewhere. I'm sure. So we also talked earlier about internal documents. This is when companies were required to disclose internal documents that shed light on their knowledge of the health risks associated. And they still marketed the way they did. And then it also established a mechanism to enforce compliance with its terms and resolve disputes between the states and tobacco companies. I don't think it worked, but it was a big step in holding them accountable. And it led to substantial financial compensation for states and initiated important changes in tobacco advertising and prevention efforts. And to be honest with you, even if all that thing did was stop them from advertising as much as they were, I mean, it is a win, right?
I mean, you have to win the small battles to try to win the wars. I keep trying to be that positive person. Little baby steps. It was something. But
now, if
my biggest thing is they knew what it was going to be. They could have done something different, lessened the amount. I don't know.
No, absolutely. I mean, there are things that could be done. They won't do them, but they could be. Now,
they won't let us drink antifreeze. They tell us antifreeze is bad. They put a label on it saying do not drink, even though it tastes good.
Right.
I mean, they know it's bad for us. They tell us not to drink it.
Right.
See where I'm going?
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. This next bit's gonna piss you off if you're not already.
Okay.
The other issue is the manipulation of nicotine levels, and that's notorious in terms of crimes committed by tobacco industry, and that basically the industry has deliberate efforts to control nicotine levels in cigarettes, and they manipulate they have a manipulation of nicotine content to enhance addiction and maintain customer loyalty, as well as legal and public health implications of these actions. What?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Mm-hmm.
There's different levels of nicotine in the cigarettes? They're not all the same?
Mm-mm.
So
I mean,
on wine, this tells me how much the alcohol volume is. Do cigarettes do that? I knew vapes, you could get different levels, but cigarettes are different levels? I thought they only had different flavors.
So I'll give you an example, and this is from governmentlab.gov. Kent, let's say Kent cigarettes have a nicotine yield, which is milligrams per cigarette, of 0.1. If you go all the way down to the bottom of the list and you go to Winston, which are Winston Reds or Marlboro Reds, it's a 0.9. So, and there are other cigarettes like, I've never heard of this brand, but Furong Guang is 1.1. And not only do they have different levels of nicotine, but they also have different yields of tar as well. And of course, the higher the nicotine, the more tar. So in terms of tar, they measure that in milligrams per cigarette. And where you're looking is the more nicotine you have, the more tar. So there's Winston Moore Red cigarettes, which are, I guess they're called 20s. It's a 20s box. They have 1.0 in terms of milligrams per cigarette nicotine, and also 13 milligrams per cigarette of tar. So, yes. I mean, I know what show I'm doing.
I was like, there is no judgment on wine. Wine is wine. Right. His box wine tastes better than this crap.
It's actually really good.
This is really good with ice, but I never knew that in how, like, everybody knows alcohol tells you the volume. Why isn't that put prevalently on the packages? I literally thought all of them were the same. If you got, my dad smoked Pall Mall Red without filters. My mom smoked Raleigh with filters because she didn't want to get the pieces in her teeth. But they said they were both the same. They just had a different flavor. But you're saying the nicotine content is different.
Yes, it is.
And the tar. And wow. So that's deceitful.
If I can find... Oh, for sure.
That would be like saying beer and wine is the exact same. Because it's not. I can drink 10 beers compared, to 3 glasses of wine.
Yeah. I mean, and that is one of the only differences, I think, between vaping is that when you go to a store and you say, I need these, whatever they call them, pods, right? They come in like 3%, 5%, 8% nicotine. And so, at least that's how they label them, right?
But a cigarette's 0.1 and the vape is 3%?
No. So the cigarette's measurement was in milligrams per cigarette, right? Which is 1 milligram per cigarette. The percentage is how much in that pod is nicotine.
Okay.
So yeah. And again, that doesn't make it any better. That means I should know better, even more so, right? Is that I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm, to a degree, what I'm getting. So yes.
But they set it up so that it's like cheesecake. If you eat cheesecake and you like it, you're going to want more. I mean,
this is also very true. This was also the thing that got me, is that I started at 0 because you can vape 0 nicotine. It's just smoke. You can vape. It's still got shit in it, I'm sure, but it's 0. right? And then you move slowly up 3, 5, 8,
Why?
10.
Can I ask why? Is it just because you want to try the next thing? What's the difference? Or
So yeah, so it has a lot to do with dopamine, right? You hit the vape even at 0, and that dopamine hit is almost dizzying. And as you do that more, it becomes basic
It
and nothing
doesn't.
happens. And then all of a sudden, you got it. You're not supposed to move up, dummy. You're right. No kidding. Listen. I totally hear you on that. I am not offended. That is true.
to build a
but
tolerance, you're
you
right.
build a tolerance, right? So that dopamine hit goes way down, and then you have to find it. So you find that next level of nicotine. You're like, 3% is not bad, and then eventually that. So I, at a certain point, was up to one of the higher levels. Being down at 5% for me is a big deal, but that doesn't mean that it's any better for me, right? Again, this
Well,
is
but
that
you've come
whole
down.
advertising
It's
thing.
a step. It's a step.
It is, but typically, right?
I didn't realize
You
they
come
were
down.
this
Mm-hmm.
sketchy.
Yeah, so like you come down, but you also increase the amount to match it, right? So it's
Oh,
yeah.
and then you spend.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Oh, this is all a process. So, the industry also targets developing countries with aggressive marketing and sales tactics. They've done exploitative strategies in regions like Brazil, India, Indonesia, and they promote in those regions. There's less in terms of the law, so they promote smoking amongst youth, target women as a new consumer base, evade regulatory measures. It's bad. And now that we've hit this certain point, I do have specific things about e-cigarettes or vapes. It's new challenges and concerns, and the tobacco industry's been involved in this and marketing it and regulation of it, which is really not really regulation, and the promotion as a quote safer alternative, right? Which is what I've said before, is that what I say to you about the 3 ingredients or whatever does not mean it's better for you. It just means I know what's in it, which means I should know to stop. So uh um so in terms of, and as of September, let's just talk about a couple of things. And I realize that I'm probably a part of some of these stats. In the US, the National Youth Tobacco Survey found that in 2020, 3.6 million middle and high school students were current e-cigarette users, which means that they used e-cigarettes within the last 30 days. And it's been on the rise dramatically since then. Amongst adults, the National Health Interview Survey for 2020, approximately 4.5% of adults were vapors or e-cigarette users. And in terms of reasons, many individuals turn to that as smoking cessation tool or to reduce tobacco smoking, but a significant portion of e-cigarette users, particularly youth, have reported trying e-cigarettes out of curiosity. Due to what? The appealing flavors. So it's predatory. It's predatory for sure.
Now,
I
I just thought of something. Maybe they should come out
I
with
do.
maybe they should come out with a dog poop flavor and market that, or add a little bit of dog poop flavor to all of them. Do you think people would stop?
No, because just think about ultimately, if you're not addicted to things like cigarettes, if you've never had a cigarette in your life, what does it taste like?
Yeah.
It tastes pretty shitty. It really does. I mean, it tastes pretty shitty. And so whether they did that or not, right? People are still going to find a way, because ultimately you continue to do this, your taste buds and your senses, the sensory, it all goes, you forget.
Now,
and so
do the 420 vapes have nicotine in them?
No, I don't think
So
think
there-
there's no THC. Yes. No, I'll Shunko will answer.
Well, she
I
just
have-
posted about the jelly beans. I went to the Jelly Belly factory tour when we lived in California. I tried the skunk one and the vomit, and I have to tell you, they're really good with their flavorings.
But right, they're solid. Yes.
I just didn't know if they
So-
also had nicotine in them.
So they're primarily THC, CBD from a plant, which tobacco is too. But
Okay.
so like also.
Well, that's why I
know-
asked, is there nicotine in it?
Well, and that's the other thing is that I'm not saying that that's a cessation strategy.
No.
But what I am saying is you're literally making illegal something that is not processed really, but comes straight from a ground plant, right? It's just a different way
Right.
of creating it. You know, I have somewhere here a vape with Delta 7 or Delta 8. I think it's Delta 8. But even that
And that
now, all of a
is-
sudden, a Delta 8's a different. Oh, now you're asking. Now
I live in Texas.
it's a different. Yeah. Okay. So Delta 8 is
Because
basically
and the reason I
a-
asked, Delta 8 and Delta 9 or something, I think, is legal in Texas, but the
Oh,
other
8.
stuff isn't.
So it's
Okay.
Delta 8 is it's tetrahydrocannabinol. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
processed.
psychoactive substance, right? There is a calming effect, but there isn't a lot of, it's found in marijuana plants. It's manufactured from hemp-derived cannabidiol or CBD. But as far as I know, oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I believe that for sure.
But do you think that's healthier? If they just take it straight from tobacco leaves and smoke it?
I mean, there's no tar, there's no overt processing. I mean,
because a lot of our food are problems because it's been processed with other chemicals. I'm just learning way too much. My mind, I've left the tiki hut, and now I've moved on to, I'm learning things I didn't know.
So it just depends, right? If you're pulling straight from the ground, it's one thing, but a lot of people think that roll your own tobacco is safer because you're literally you have tobacco and you're rolling. So what else could be in it? But it has more additives in it, and it's more manufactured because they don't want it to dry out. They don't want it to go bad. They don't want it to. So what they advertise is the opposite, right? So yeah. Yes. Legalize it. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
It's
In
legal
terms
where you
of
live, right?
Delta 8 was, and then
Oh, is it not?
it's so complicated because the governor changed, and all of a sudden there was a war on it. We'll just leave it at that. And if you know anything about Virginia,
Okay.
you know who the governor is, and
Yeah, I got it.
Yep. So, all
All I know is
vaping
thank
is
God I
primarily-
wasn't alive during Prohibition. That's all I got to say.
I have a fact about Prohibition that's really funny, because the grape juice companies said this is stupid, and so they put a label on the grape juice that said, "Do not allow this to sit for so long; it will become alcoholic." On their label during Prohibition as like an underhanded description. Of
So
what
you
to
could just
do.
buy it and let it sit and let it just ferment.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. So I'm trying to hit the main things. Let me go to one other thing. Let's talk about the Engel case. So this is officially known as Engel versus Leggett Group Inc. And it was a landmark class action lawsuit that was filed against the major tobacco companies in where? Florida. So here's kind of a summary about it. So it was filed in 94 on behalf of Howard A. Engel and other Florida smokers who suffered from smoking-related illnesses, and it alleged that tobacco companies were responsible for their health problems due to deceptive advertising and dangerous nature of their products. Now, the case was initially considered a class action lawsuit, and it represented all Florida smokers who'd been harmed by smoking-related diseases before November 21st, 96. And that allowed thousands of plaintiffs to be a part of the lawsuit. These are the things like we get emails about that are like, if you did this and this and this, join this class action
You can get
lawsuit.
$25.
Yeah, it ends up being like, yeah, like a quarter or 35 cents, which I'll do anything for.
Yeah.
So in terms of the verdict in 2000, so it took 6 years, a jury in that case delivered basically what's considered a landmark verdict. And they found that the tobacco companies were liable for negligence, fraud, conspiracy. And the jury awarded substantial damages to the plaintiffs, but the verdict was later appealed, and the Florida Supreme Court decertified the class in 2006. So a jury of actual Floridians found them guilty, and a Supreme Court of judges who were nominated and put in place by who knows who completely reversed it. Following decertification, the Engel case transitioned into a series of individual trials. Those are known as Engel progeny cases. And those trials allowed individual plaintiffs to use the earlier findings of negligence and wrongdoing by tobacco companies as evidence in their own lawsuits. And so this case, as well as the progeny cases, played a significant role in shaping tobacco litigation in the U.S. And it led to substantial monetary damages awarded to many plaintiffs, because once they found that base ruling, it's kind of hard to say it's not true. You just hit them with the individual versus the big one. Change the thing. So in terms of legal legacy, the Engel case set a precedent for other tobacco-related lawsuits and encouraged similar legal actions against tobacco companies in various states, and it influenced the Master Settlement Agreement, the MSA of 98, which resulted in financial settlements and stricter regulations, like I mentioned before. And it was a pivotal lawsuit. So, and then, here's the last thing, and then I'll conclude. The tobacco industry has a huge history of influencing scientific research to cast doubt on the harmful effect of smoking and maintain its market position. The industry made great efforts to fund research, shape scientific discourse, and undermine the consensus on the health risks of tobacco use. And there are specific instances where the industry manipulated research findings, suppressed unfavorable data, and funded misleading studies. And the case study also, they basically eroded scientific integrity. Everybody now questions science. Why? Because of this and other things like it.
It's like creative accounting. They're fixing the books.
Oh, for
It
sure.
is creative science, and they're cooking the science to make it give the results they want. Doesn't mean it's fact.
Yeah.
2 + 2 equals 4. I don't care how you change it to say it equals 6.
You do. This is the other thing. You do a study on 1,000 people, and 600 of those people end up developing cancer. That's not true, but I'm just here it is. 600 people develop cancer after smoking for 5 years. That's 60%. So instead of acknowledging the 60%, you expand the research to include more people. All of a sudden it becomes 6%. All of a sudden it becomes 0.6%. So this is an example. This is off the top of my head, but this is an example of manipulation. This is why when you look at critical thinking is so important, and it's so not as common. But when you look at, for instance, like political polls, you might see that one candidate has 70% of the vote and the other one has the remaining, I don't math, 30%. But they're only polling. Look at the bottom of the poll. At the bottom of the poll, it says how many people they asked and what the plus or minus is on percentage. And you'll see things like 1,000 people. They polled 1,000 people, and this is what they got, and it's plus or minus 30%. So these are things you just have to be careful about. Yes, we are doing gas math, dang it. Hi, Ashcat. Thanks for being here.
Sorry,
So,
I saw that
it's
and
one-
I was like,
No,
I was literally going, do I need to get my calculator out?
no. I mean, but that's
But
what I'm
that's how they
saying
get
is
away
that,
with
like,
it. Because nobody
and-
wants to do that.
And when I talk about polling, I don't want people to be misconstrue what I'm saying. It is on both sides. Both sides will choose the polls that they want you to see. But what you need to do is see at the bottom who ran the poll, how many people they polled, and what's the error percentage. Look up who ran the poll and see what they've done in the past. Look up how many people. 1,000 people is not representative of a country. I don't care who you are.
Do
Also,
your
where did they
research.
poll them? Right? So do your research. Yes, for sure. For sure. And if you're really interested in things like polls, look at the crosstabs, which have even more stats, which are usually more reliable.
I mean, so this is me because I'm a simple person and I don't math.
Or not.
If I have a problem or a situation, I know which friends to go to ask where I'm going to get the answer I want.
Huh.
That's what a poll is to me.
Yeah.
You go
So-
to the people where you know you're going to get the answer that most reflects the answer you want. Am I wrong? I know that makes it
No.
simplified,
You're right.
but like if I want somebody, if I'm mad at HH, I know which friend to go to and which friend not to go to. I know which one's going to tell me he's great and which one's going to say, yeah, he's a jerk. I know where to go. And it depends on what information I'm wanting that day and what information I want to share that I'm going to go to.
Well, yeah, and what you really need is somebody to listen to you and then give you the possible suggestion or
And that's
tip
who my
or,
bestie is.
you
She
know,
will call
advice
me
that
on
you
my
need to hear.
shit.
Right.
That's who my bestie. She's like, you're the bitch, not him. I mean, but that's not what you do for polls. You go to where you're going to get the answers you want.
You have got to look for highly rated polls. There are unbiased polls out there. There are people who do it very well. Very well. It is a matter of looking into it. And this all goes back to manipulation of numbers. I mean, it really does. And that's it just pisses me off. And I'm not talking politics anymore. I'm talking about the tobacco thing. And again, I realize, I hopefully in the beginning when I said that I vape, and I have for 7 years, I eliminated the hypocrisy. I am still very much pissed off at how they've done this and how they've attacked people. But this is not bad practice. This is crime. These are crimes.
They did it
they have had-
intentionally.
oh yeah. Oh, for sure. And these have had huge implications for public health. Huge implications for public health.
Now,
And
I will say, and this is just me being devil's advocate, what the tobacco company knew the many, many years ago that they started this, we have much better science today than we did back then. Not saying what they did was right. I would much more appreciate if they would have said, oh shit, we didn't know this. We didn't have this good a technology. If we would have had this technology, we would have done things different. Instead, I said, oh, it's not a problem. Let's just keep going more. See what I'm saying? they didn't take the technology and the knowledge that we have now and reflect on what they had done and how they could do better. They just looked at how can we continue to make more money.
Right. And Shanka, yes, that is very true. I I just took a quick look at this. And I'll say this much. It required additional research on the interaction of burning cigarettes and soft furnishings, like upholstered furniture and beds.
Upholstery.
And the resulting study laid the groundwork for flammability test method for cigarettes. So that's great. But then federal efforts to implement the standard stalled. Because two administrations, I'll leave it at that, presidential administrations preferred free markets to regulation. And so it stalled. And there were still reports published, but it stalled because under the guise of free regulations, they reversed it. So yay. All right. So hopefully, by talking about this, we kind of gained a little insight into unethical practices, manipulative strategies by the industry. We have to know about this. This all boils down to critical thinking. Every time you see an ad, a commercial, you see a law, you see a speech, you see a poll, you see stats, right?
Yeah.
Even science, in science articles, you have to critically think about these things. I know I'm preaching to the choir. The folks that are watching this, you guys know this already. The problem is that common sense is not common anymore. Everybody wants to find the answer they're looking for. Like you said,
they want to find the easiest answer that most reflects how they already feel. They don't come to it with even things that I think I know a lot about. I love to go in with a clean mind because I love learning that I was wrong and learning something new. I don't want to always know everything. I want to know, what was I not really told? What did you keep from me?
Right.
What else? I always like to say, what else? What else are you not telling me? This sounds great, but what else? Because you're only telling me what you put in this nice little presentation. Tell me all the shit you don't want me to know.
Oh, oops. Accidentally hit the lurk button. Sorry. Oh, you didn't hear that, though, because I'm not sharing my screen. I could have played that off. What was I saying?
I mean, I am ashamed to admit this, but I've thought of joining another social network just because I keep seeing in the news what is posted on that social network. I've thought of joining it just to see, are they really telling me what was said, or did they paraphrase it into what they want me to think it said? And then I made the decision. Honestly, I didn't need to bring that into my life.
So other than giving them the number of an account, as long as you are strong-willed and you know what you believe in, I see no harm in it. In fact, I created a truth account, and I used it to troll pretty badly, like really badly. Like when you see man on the street videos, that's how bad I trolled. So
I wanted to do it because with researching for the cases we cover, and I learned this when I was covering my cousin's murder, and I watched a Snapped episode. And it explained to me why our family never spoke out or talked. Because the Snapped episode only talked to the killer and the killer's girlfriend, who said all of these things about my dear sweet cousin that were bold-faced lies and were not true. But because the family, we're not getting pulled into this shit. We know the facts. We know the truth. We're not going to dispute it. And when they called and they said no comment. So all of this stuff was out there. And when I started researching it and covering it, and I had people say, oh, but Christy was this, Christy was, I was like, where the hell are you getting your information? And they're like, well, didn't you watch Snapped? And I went and watched it. And that's when I realized even our media doesn't look at both sides. If you can't get information from both sides, you shouldn't tell it, or you should put a very big line that says the other side did not confirm or deny and chose not to get involved. So that's what made me think about joining Truth. I'm like, are they really telling me what people are saying, or is it trolls just trying to make them look worse than they really are? Does that make
Right.
sense?
And oh,
I want to see the
100%,
truth.
absolutely,
I want to see it in
makes
black and
sense.
white. I want to know your side, his side, and then figure out my own truth in the middle.
Gone are the days of classic news that just reported the facts. People are, here's the fun. Oh, here's the wild part, is that people nowadays do not create news, create documentaries, create television based off of truth or facts. They base it off of ratings. What's going to get the most ratings? Well, I'll tell you what's going to get the most ratings. Somebody constantly and repeatedly saying that an entire democratic process was fake. That's going to get ratings. Saying inflammatory things about one person, that's going to get ratings. If you have somebody to counter those things, it's just neutral, so it's not going to count. Everybody wants like that big thing, and what I've been meaning to get to ultimately too, and I know I sound like I used to walk uphill both ways and it was great, but social media and then and the analytics and the formulas that they have only emphasize the issues. They basically are the issues we already have on steroids, because it creates it is a self-created, and people don't know this because they're not thinking about it, but it is a self-created echo chamber. Because you only keep people around who say, yeah, you're right, I like it. Nobody wants anybody around to comment and challenge, right? Yeah, exactly.
And that's why.
So
go ahead.
No. Go.
I was going to say, people think I'm crazy. I unfollow groups on Facebook and refollow other groups. I follow opposite groups because I don't want to be told what, yes. I want to look at things. I have been deep into cases that I was so passionate about and wanted to cover, and I had to stop and say, I can't, because nobody is giving me all of the facts. Kind of like with my cousin's thing. If I would have looked at that and I didn't know people to give me the down dirty, show me the letter, show me the documents, tell me this, tell me that, I would have totally been like, oh my God, this person, this. And that's the thing that is wrong. And I'll be honest, I'm so thankful that I had a journalism teacher in school who told me, why do you believe that? Well, because I read it in the paper. You can't think for yourself. Did you go look to see if it was true? Did you go look at the other newspaper? Because we had two big ones in Houston. And I was like, well, no, this is one my parents get. But did you look at the other one? And I learned that maybe people are just telling you one side because they want you to agree.
Right. And it's
Have
really
we
funny.
turned- Everyone likes it. Yes. No, I don't. No. Well, unless I'm asking for wine or ringing my bell.
Right. It's funny that you say that, Sam, because literally 2 or 3 times today, I told somebody I do not like yes men. I don't like yes people. You need to tell me when I'm wrong, when an idea sucks, you have to tell me, because I will run with it. And it's not because I'm ignorant. You- And here's the thing is that I can read through yes people. I know if you're a yes person. If I tell a shitty joke and you say that's hysterical, you're a yes person for sure. And or maybe you're being nice, but the reality is if it's shitty, just say it's shitty because it's fine. Dad jokes
I
are my
don't
thing.
know if you saw, but David Beckham just called out his wife. I guess he has a new Netflix documentary out, and I saw a little clip of it. She was saying that her family, she was raised working class. And he was like, "What? Excuse me, what kind of car did your dad drive?" And she kind of beat it around the bush. And then she finally admitted that it was a Rolls Royce. And he was like, "Yeah, you weren't working class." And I so appreciated that he humbled her and reminded her, yeah, maybe now you think that was working class because you have 10 of those, but that wasn't working class, honey. It was all your perception.
No.
But I loved that he still held her accountable and was like, back up on your BS.
I mean, good
But
luck
to
to
her
him at
mind
home.
now, but now where she is in her life, because she's so far above, that was working class. If you stop and think about it, she doesn't know anything below that. And now she's got 10 rolls, and 15 of this. So to some degree, it's perception. But he was like, yeah, girl, that was not. That was. And so I appreciate that he even did that to his own wife, because that's a rough one to do.
Oh. Not only is it rough privately, it's real rough publicly.
Well, I'm sure she could have had it cut out if she wanted, but.
Oh, for sure. I have no doubt. Shireen, I am going to agree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because you live closer.
She's posh. She's posh. She's posh. Hey, but I will bend it with Beckham. Sorry. In the tiki hut.
Y'all,
And I don't care if Brandy catches me. Sorry, HH.
Yeah, so ultimately, we've gotten into a lot. I feel like we could have an entire episode on just chatting about this specifically. At least I could. I'm trying to remember what Shireen and I were talking about this morning, and I can't. Boxed wine brain. That's what I call it. BWB. God, please no. Jesus, don't wish that on anybody.
I don't want. Yeah, no. I would bring a blanket.
But come on, we've all been to the beach. Blankets, you're
or a
flipping out
sleeping bag with a tarp underneath.
Shireen said surprise stream next week where we talk about the problems of the world. We could do it. Could happen.
But I do think, looking at the tobacco companies in Tyson, and we all know this, money rules the world. And unfortunately, until we find a balance between money and doing the right thing for people with products that we sell, we're going to have problems. Is what it comes down to. The people running the companies have to care about more than their pocketbook.
I don't want to open another can of worms, but I'm going to briefly.
Okay.
I think something that I've talked about for a long time with a few people is this concept of, and this isn't ageist, this is a reality. The millennial generation, those born from 83 to 92, whatever they consider the millennial generation, I'm part of it, is kind of the skipped generation. And maybe that's for the best, but also it's really disheartening for my group of people. And I say this because people that are and primarily I say this due to politics, but also management too. People who shouldn't be in their positions anymore stay. Let's just use politics for an example. We've got a lot. The average age of a politician is what, late 60s, early 70s, I think, at this point. They've had plenty. They've done well. But they will not leave. And because they will not leave, an entire generation will not get to lead. They might, but they won't. Not in their prime, anyways. And so, I mean, listen. No. Politics aside, Dianne Feinstein was still a senator at 90.
Doesn't mean she should have been.
Right. And
Just
I
like
mean,
Ruth,
R.I.P. Yeah,
I
Ruth
mean,
Bader Ginsburg. I mean, she was. And
but I said it earlier. There, and this sounds. I'm going to just do it simple because it's been a long week. We have expiration on milk. We have expiration on food. We should have expiration on things like that. There comes a point in time, just because you think you can doesn't mean you should.
Oh, absolutely. And here's what my hope hinges. This is actually probably pretty sad, and it's also like however many of these in, which is probably 10 at this point.
Yeah, you've drank more than me. That's rare.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. So my hope rests in the generation after me. I don't think that my generation is going to get to a point in which we can hop in office, and the people who have hopped in office are disheartening. See North Carolina representative.
There's a lot of entitlement.
There is. You are correct. There is. I also know a majority of folks around my age who are just disheartened. They are just broken down, and they feel like nothing they do is either heard or makes a difference.
I have two, sons the same age, and I jokingly told one of them, I'm like, well, they say diseases skip generations. I think we're getting ready to see a big skip of a generation, and it's going to cause some problems. Because then you look at the next generation that had COVID hit and they missed so much schooling. We're going to see some domino effects with learning and skill sets. And if we skip, if the millennials do not find that they're heard, seen, and that they can contribute, and they back out, we're going to have a hell of a problem on our hands.
Oh,
because we can't skip an entire
the fact
generation.
The fact that the majority of people that I talk to around my age or in the millennial gen feel so apathetic. And when I ask why, it's primarily because their voice goes into a void, per se. And maybe they're not shouting loud enough, but the reality is that we've been shouting for a long time. We've been shouting for at least 14 years, and it hasn't been heard. And we're getting to the point now where my generation is either, 3 or 4 years older than me or a little younger than 35. And, they're getting to the point where they can run, but we have been put in a we're getting so far away from our theme. But
not really. I think it all still goes back to corporate crimes. If you stop and think about it, because that's one of the reason that this group
You're
feels
right.
that they're not heard, because these corporations control the narrative and they're not heard. Even in their jobs. I'm in HR, and I'm very fortunate that I work for a company based in Finland. We actually listen to the people in that age group because they may know a lot more than we do in a lot of areas. And we get that. We might have experience, but they got skills that we don't. They've got experiences that are different than ours, and we have to balance the two of them.
I balance saying this without sounding like somebody who's just ultimately whining. But I'm going to anyways, because it's me, and people can either hate me or not.
Nobody can hate you.
So Mrs. Brucecrime and I both have full-time jobs. We both have master's degrees. We're both in semi-management positions. Our income is not to sneeze at. It's not a lot, but it's not to sneeze at. We do both work in nonprofits. I also have a part-time job, mascotting, but it's a part-time job. And also this, which is a full-time job at night. And there is even, and I know it was our choice ultimately to have children, but we are still, we're not struggling. I don't want it to sound like we're like poor. We're not.
Right, but
We're fine, right? But the amount of debt that you accrue, not just from schooling. Let's put schooling aside. Let's put
to
it
have
this way.
children,
My
children's health issues.
My children's childcare is a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
It is a mortgage. In fact, I will say that it is more than my mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a small house, you know.
And that's a problem. I'm sorry.
It's a
that's a
huge
problem.
Issue. And
the money doesn't go to the teachers.
No, that's the most frustrating part out of all of that.
It doesn't go to the teachers, and that goes back to corporates.
So much real.
Just like churches, they're a corporation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I almost covered the Catholic Church, and I didn't want to have Granny Bear come down. He's got more than that.
Oh,
but I didn't want, Mama Bear to come after me when I was going to cover the Catholic Church for corporate crimes, because they didn't start out that way. But guess what? They got to a point where they started making decisions based on money. And I will tell you, so many people say to me and to other friends my age, they're like, how come you help your kids so much? And I'm like, my grandkids' daycare is 4 times the amount of what it costs me to have a nanny in my home who is an educated, degreed person. They pay more than that to go to a daycare with 40 kids in a room. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah,
there's something wrong with that. So why wouldn't I help if I can? They didn't ask me to.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want anybody to misconstrue me. Like, I said this a lot tonight. Obviously, that's what I say when I have boxed wine. But I don't want anybody to think I'm judging if you don't work or you're fine, or like, I have no judgment. In fact, I applaud that. And the fact that you've overcome so many hurdles to get to that point, especially if you're around my age, is beyond awesome. I am not jealous of that. I appreciate it. I have a problem that this society is a dual income society with expectations of a single income household. And it's no longer a single income household at all. There's no way.
It can be done, but it is very difficult. But back when I had my kids 30 something years ago, I was 12 when I had them. so many of my friends chose to stay home.
I mean,
And it was great.
yeah.
They did. But they judged me because I was like, I can't. I stayed home for a couple weeks. I'm like, I can't. I am not the person to do this. If my kids are going to be the best people they are, I need to have this adult stimulation. I still need to conquer these things as a woman. I still wanted to own my own business. I still wanted to conquer the world. I couldn't be the mom they needed. But I also knew that I couldn't bitch if I only got 3 hours sleep because I chose to be a mom and work full time. And then I became a single mom when my youngest was a year. And I worked 3 jobs because I didn't get child support and I got nothing. And I think back that if I had stayed at home, I would have had the skills to get jobs. I would have had to have gotten 5 or 6 jobs to be able to pay for a 2-bedroom apartment that they shared a room that was 700 square feet. And they judged me because I made that choice. And society has gotten to where we want women to be at home with their kids, those that want to be, but yet we charge all of this money where the sacrifices that are having to be made for people to stay at home and do that you shouldn't have to pick. There should be a healthy balance.
There
We
should be
shouldn't
a
pay
healthy-
an executive $1 million a year to be CFO of a chicken company. You're 34, for God's sake.
There needs to be.
Nobody deserves that kind of money. I'm sorry.
No,
Nobody. Not.
we're
I'm
not going
sorry.
to solve all the problems
I know.
tonight.
I owned a company at 34. We did very well, but I can tell you, I paid my employees more and gave them raises before I got raises. Big corporations do it the opposite.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, corporations need to be held accountable. We hold people accountable in the legal system for murder, robbery, breaking the law. We need to hold corporations to the same consequences. And I mean consequences that hurt. If $42 million doesn't hurt them, find what does. Cut their
Yeah.
ability to do business. Make them lose $200 million.
It's if we were, my God, so many problems could be solved if we eliminated or made illegal lobbying. And then in order to get rid of that, you'd really need to have term limits. And then so
I believe in
there's
term
a lot.
limits.
It's a
I
lot
believe
easier
you
to
should
hold a
have-
company. Go ahead.
I believe you should have limits in companies. So back in the day, my parents worked at a company 40, 50 years. Mom was at the same law firm 20-something years. I don't think that's okay. First of all, it lessens your exposure to other things. You can't broaden your knowledge, your friends, your thought process, everything. You shouldn't stay at a company more than 10 years. Unless you're moving to a different country, a different division. Now, I'm not saying in all cases, but I think that's part of the problem with people just get in, nothing changes. Politicians, you should not be assigned to a seat until the day you die. Because if you don't do something else and you don't bring in people that grow with the times and have different exposures, it's just a mess.
Well, and I'll leave with this concept. If there is a problem when we have representatives who are in office since who remember pre-civil rights. There are also issues when we have representatives in office, senators, whatever, who have to ask at the beginning of a special committee meeting on Facebook's privacy practices or predatory practices if they have to spend 45 minutes asking how the internet works.
Right. Now,
So
a variety of knowledge is great. A variety of ages are great. I have friends that are much older, much younger, my age. That is great. But when you're running a company or a country,
yeah.
you need to look at things a little bit different.
And I will absolutely be the first person to say that although it's very obvious which way on the spectrum of politics that I side on, especially tonight, I also feel like 80 is pushing it. I feel like 76 is pushing it. Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on.
What is our retirement age?
Like pushing.
It used to be, 65?
I've stopped worrying about it because I think I'm never going to retire.
Okay, but that's a problem. We should not still be working at 70. Now, if you want to volunteer 10, 15 hours a week, you want to work 10 hours a week, but you should not be doing critical surgeries, policies. You shouldn't. I mean, for God's sake, I'm 53. I can tell you 10 more years, I should not be making decisions that affect major groups.
You know,
the only thing I don't think there should be term limits on is marriage. That's the only thing I'm okay with forever.
That's fair.
Sorry. Or being mom and dad. Just want to say. But I do agree. Somebody just said there should be term limits for everything. There should be term limits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think a lot. I'm not going to lie. That term limits alone, you put term limits in, which will never happen because the people who have to vote those in don't want them. But you put those in and you have a solid waterfall of benefits coming from that because they're no longer worried about, because as soon as they're put in, as soon as they win an election, they're worried about the next election.
Right.
You put them in place to vote for you and represent you. That's why they're called representatives. Not to get real.
Right.
So,
well, we can't fix it, but we can continue to bring visibility and maybe give people something to think about. I learned so many things about the tobacco industry. The light bulb went off because I just watched the fentanyl thing. Or not the fentanyl, the opioid with Matthew Broderick. In hearing you talk about the tobacco company, I automatically went, oh shit, that is their playbook. So if we can just get people to think about maybe something they didn't think about and correlate it. That's all we can do.
Right.
And my voice is just...
It's time for
away.
sleeps. It is later than it has been in a long time for me. But you all have hung in there and you're champs.
I know. And we've had so much to celebrate. I do have a question. Shireen's wrench went away. Did she quit?
What?
I think Shireen quit. She resigned. You pissed her off.
No, it didn't. It's still there.
It's not on my side.
What are you looking at?
It was there earlier. It was blue.
Yeah,
it's not there anymore. Okay, how do I share my screen and show you what I'm seeing?
Shunka said it's still there.
Okay, I'm taking a screenshot and then I'm going to share it. Because y'all be trying to make me think I'm crazy. I'm taking a screenshot, just took it. Okay, now how do I share my
bad
screen?
wine. This is what bad wine does
could
to you.
be. Share screen.
No, you are very much blue.
It's window. Okay, I'm
Whichever one
sharing
you
it.
want. All right. I'll look. All
Okay,
right.
I gotta find my screenshot. Oh my God, see this? Yeah, guys, this is what my desktop looks like. I just took the screenshot.
Doo-doo.
Where did it go? Don't
All
be
I see
laughing
is
at me.
StreamYard. This is the behind the scenes, everybody, on StreamYard. This is what it looks like. But typically there are also videos there. You can kind of see everybody.
It said I didn't take a screenshot, but I just did.
You could actually just show me YouTube right now.
Oh, okay. See, there's no blue thing.
No, there's no blue thing in StreamYard. There is in YouTube.
Oh, I have to
There was never a
go
blue thing
to-
for Shireen.
No, it was.
StreamYard.
Earlier it was because then it was showing on somebody's Megan for a little bit.
Oh, that's her little emoji.
So it was there and then it went away. So I am not cray cray. Or maybe I
I
am.
believe you.
Okay. Okay, Shireen, I thought
Listen.
you quit.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
We are not
I thought you
taking your
quit.
wrench. Good night.
No, I thought I was going to have to fire JT. I thought he made you mad and you quit.
No, never.
So, Well, I appreciate
All right.
you
Well, everybody
all
listen.
being here.
Yes.
And guys, today was a rough day. I almost wanted to cancel. And you guys made my day much better. That was it. That's what I saw earlier.
Yeah. It's just an evil eye. Just an emoji.
What's that?
I don't know. Just an emoji.
I don't know how to do all that fancy stuff, guys. I still can't figure out Discord.
Right. I'm
Well,
gonna
thank
let
you,
close
guys.
it out like you normally do.
Oh, let me think. How do I do that? Stay safe, watch out for crime, and enjoy your wine time.
See y'all on the flip side.